How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
this the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? Oh, I'm burning in the dystopia. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the dystopia. This is the final time. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the dystopia. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the dystopia. This is the final
Can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent $200.
retarded?
Have you
Please.
seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
Great
her.
Noticer sent $200.
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
And lastly, we ask that there be no recording or streaming of today's sessions from the floor. And any disruptive behavior in today's session will result in being removed from the call.
We please ask that there will be no recording or streaming of today's sessions from the floor. Any disruptive behavior today could result in being removed from the call. So, just be a nice person. So with the little housekeeping things out of the way, let's jump right in.
Again, we ask no recording or streaming of today's session.
We ask that there be no recording or streaming of today's session from the floor. Any disruptive behavior in today's session will result in being removed from the call.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her. Rum links, zwei, drei, rum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil dich ein in die Arbeit einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil dich ein in die Arbeiter einreißt und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein.
Rom links, 2, 3, Rom links, 2, 3, und ein Platzgenosse ist. Nein, ich rein in die Arbeitereinheitsfront, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
No. I didn't say he was self-employed. He works for universities. They work for universities. You guys think that leftists don't have... What? I just got... Hang on. I have to make a phone call. I will be right back. I'm going to let this play. I have to make a phone call right now.
Period of anti-globalization protest and
terrorist list. Now, again, debating whether or not bin Laden and
Breaking news. Okay, I don't want to jinx anything. You guys ready? I don't want to jinx anything. I think I'm going to be on Fox News tonight. So I think I just got off the phone with Jesse Waters, producer, and I think I'm going to be on Fox News tonight. Fingers crossed. Holy shit. So I have to actually end the stream because I actually have to get information together for Fox News and actually go and, prepare myself to be on the TV. So that's crazy. I don't know what else happened in that podcast. We'll have to do that another day. Obviously, the spy stream tonight will be canceled. We're going to have to do that another day. That's okay. We're going to have the recording anyway. But I don't know. I feel like hopefully this happens. Hopefully this goes through. They asked me to send them stuff, so I got to go do that. Yeah. Unironically, fucking ironically, you guys are I got a text. What happened was I got a text message from someone who I didn't know their number, and they said, "This is Jesse Waters, producer. Can you call me?" And I was like, "Yep, yes, I can actually in real life. Yes, I actually can call you right fucking now." And so I'm gonna end the stream, and I'm gonna go get this shit together for Fox News, and we will continue this when I have more. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. I apologize if you guys are excited about this, but I actually got to go do shit now. Holy shit, James is gonna have a fucking conniption. You're right. It's gonna be great. All right, I gotta go, guys. I gotta go. Pay attention to my Twitter. I gotta go, and I will announce stuff as I can. I gotta go. I'll see you guys later.
Karlyn Borysenko is an undercover investigative journalist for Decode the Left who's infiltrated these terror cells. Karlyn, tell me about how these people train. They look pretty militaristic.
Yeah, absolutely. They do have sessions where they bring in people with military experience. Anti-war is a very big thing for Antifa, so they do hand-to-hand combat trainings. I was just undercover with them in New York City over the weekend where they had a whole self-defense class where they were teaching people how to violently, confront the police, but also defend themselves if they needed to be put in that position.
And why do they always get out of jail so quickly? You see all these people get popped, they get bailed right out, and charges never stick. How is that?
Well, Antifa, actually, they train people on how to get arrested. And it's interesting with far left subcultures because they actually volunteer to get arrested and go through this type of training where they are provided legal support, they are provided lawyers, they are provided all of this stuff with mutual aid. And so as soon as they get arrested, Antifa basically goes down to the jail and they bail them out, and they are all set up with a lawyer and ready to go. So they plan all of this stuff out ahead of time, and they have the resources set up for people to be able to be taken care of.
Yeah, I mean, obviously someone's paying for their legal representation. What is the core mission of Antifa? Is it anarchy? Are they anarchists?
Yeah, Antifa are anarchists. Their primary goal is the violent overthrow of the federal government. I cannot emphasize this enough. You know, we've been hearing a lot of talk about civil war over the last couple years between Democrats and Republicans, red versus blue. I firmly believe that the real civil war we have coming is the radical revolutionary socialists and communists in Antifa versus the federal government. That is their goal. That is their only goal. And people need to start taking this problem very, very seriously. What up, everyone? Welcome to Socialism Saturday, a very big Socialism Saturday. Welcome to all the new people who are here for Socialism Saturday for the first time. You know, we got to cover a couple orders of business before we get into the content for Socialism Saturday. But dang, I got an epic Socialism Saturday planned for us tonight. I think it's going to be a really great Socialism Saturday, especially for people who are new to watching socialism. It's going to be awesome. But, you know, but we got to do a couple orders of business before we get into that, just because I did have a pretty big week, obviously, with going on Fox News. And a lot of you are here, like the new people that are here because you saw me on Fox News or something related to that. So welcome, guys. If you are new, welcome to the dystopian nightmare that never ends. But I want to do a couple orders of business before we jump into the content, because one of the most funny things to me about being on Fox News rather unexpectedly at the last minute is that all of the streamers that have been giving me grief for years and years and years, all of the streamers are suddenly acting like they have no idea why I'm even considered to be an expert in the far left in the first place, which I think is hilarious. And I just want to highlight, and it's so funny because I have all these people on Twitter now that are complaining about me, and they're whining and crying that I was on Fox News, and they're saying that bitch is crazy, yo. They're like, everyone on Twitter is swearing up and down that I'm crazy and that no one should talk to me. But you know what the thing of it is? It's always funny because they never have receipts. They never have evidence. None of the people saying I'm crazy have ever gone undercover with the far left. I've gone undercover with the far left several times. This wasn't even the first time I've gone undercover with the far left. I've been going undercover with the far left for literally years. None of these people have, but they want to swear up and down that I'm crazy. So I just want to show you guys a couple of the highlights that really kind of like amused me about the whole situation before we jump into Socialism Saturday. And we do have an epic Socialism Saturday coming tonight, guys. So you don't want to like stick around. I'm going to do drama for about 5 to 10 minutes, and then we're going to get into the core of the show. And it is going to be awesome. Let me get the Socialism Saturday screen up. There we go. I will get your comments in the chat. So I just wanted to highlight a couple of the retarded morons that are incapable of dealing with primary source evidence, because I'm seeing, of course, my interview from Socialism Saturday, and this is actually the Texas State University professor. It's getting shared all over the internet, which is awesome. That's what we want. I don't want this to be about me. I want this to be about people seeing real communism and real socialism in real life and understanding what's going on in the world. And so it's getting shared all over the internet, which is great. But when it's getting shared, I'm starting to see people comment on it that are like well-known streamers, and they're just having nightmare meltdowns. So, for example, one of the people I found was Quarter Black Garrett. And I don't even know who this guy is other than he was on Steven Crowder's show or something. So Quarter Black Garrett commented on one of the clips, and he said, "This chick is a crazy person." And then people kind of questioned him on that, and and he didn't like that. And someone said, "You think she's crazy because James Lindsay has been defaming her?" That's actually very true. James Lindsay defamed me for years. She's fine, a bit too in the rabbit hole, but fine. I am a bit too in the rabbit hole. That's very true. Quarter Black Garrett goes, "Not fine. Nothing to do with whatever you said. She's done crazy shit to friends of mine. Well, you know, funny thing happened. And for people who don't know the lore behind me, you won't understand this, but we found out who quarterback Black Garrett has been talking to. And guess what? Quarter Black Garrett has been talking to Carrie Smith. If you are new on my channel, you will not know the lore with Carrie Smith, but Carrie Smith is a psychotic woman that's been stalking me for literally years, stalking me and harassing me. There were a good 2 years where Carrie Smith was harassing me literally every day of my life, and almost every person you see calling me crazy on the internet is somehow connected to Karen Smith. Now, I'm not going to go into the details of that, but if you want the full story with what actually happened with Karen Smith and why everyone of Carrie Smith's friends thinks I'm crazy, even though Carrie is the one who psychotically convinced herself that I'm her abusive mother. 100. See, people who've been on my channel know 100% of the time when some sort of influencer or streamer is saying stuff like that, it's always Carrie involved. It is always, every single time. And if you want to know why, you can head over to survivingcarriesmith.substack.com, which is the website that I had to create to document the epic amount of hell and harassment and smear campaigns that this bitch put me through for years. And it was funny, as soon as I put all of her tweets and all of her posts about me in one place, things magically started getting better and Carrie magically started keeping her mouth shut. Now, I stopped updating this website a while ago, quite frankly, because I didn't feel like doing it. But Carrie has since been continuing to talk about me. She continues to defame me. She continues to pipe up anytime someone talks about me, and she says, that bitch is crazy. She's literally psychotic. But it's Carrie who convinced herself, unironically, that I'm her abusive mother. And so Carrie is working out all of her mommy issues on me. She goes into people's DMs. She spreads these lies about me. It's a whole nother level of mental. See, people in the chat who've been around for a while, they understand this. People who are new here might not understand this. So I thought you might like this resource if you want to get deep into the drama, but we're not going to do that today. I want to continue on to Rachel Wilson. Rachel Wilson, Andrew Wilson's wife. Now, we all know that Andrew Wilson is a giant pussy. Andrew Wilson basically begged to debate me. He baited me on he said on his show, she won't sit across from me. She's scared to sit across from me. And so then I said, Andrew, I will sit across from you anytime on any topic related to something that I actually care about. Not some made up thing that you think I care about, but on any topic related to the left that I actually care about, I will sit in front of you anytime and I will debate you, bro. And I lobbed Andrew Wilson a softball and I said, Andrew, why don't we debate on if the left hates white people? And Andrew, of course, was so sure that this was such an easy topic that he pussied out like a little bitch. Because Andrew figured out that I've actually written a book about this. It's called A Brief History of Racism. And Andrew Wilson maybe kind of figured out that I'm not one of his dumb OnlyFans whores that he debates on the Whatever podcast. So he put on this giant temper tantrum and had a meltdown about me in public. I documented the whole thing on the channel if you want to go back and look. So I was not surprised to see Rachel Wilson chime in saying, look, she's responding to Jesse Waters here. I was not surprised to see Rachel Wilson chiming in and saying, holy crap, you had Karlyn on Fox News? LOL, you can't be serious. She's a total nutcase. And so I responded, I said, hey, Rachel, here are the receipts that I was undercover with Antifa over the weekend. And I sent her the giant ass thread. And this is a thread of all the propaganda that I got from Antifa over the weekend. This is a giant thread of leftist propaganda. Oh gosh, hang on. If you want to see this thread, I'll put it in the chat. This is literally a giant ass thread of propaganda. I have all these documents in my house where we need to go through and analyze them, but this is all the stuff that I literally got from Antifa over the weekend. It literally goes on and on and on. I brought back a massive amount of their propaganda, including things like de-arrest primer, how to deal with gunshot wounds in a protest, how to destroy closed circuit television, things I need to know about sex, apparently. I don't know. But lots and lots of stuff in that thread that prove pretty emphatically that I was indeed undercover with Antifa this weekend, as though anyone should doubt me. I also have recordings of that I haven't released yet, by the way. And so I responded to Rachel and I said, Rachel, do you have any evidence that I wasn't undercover with Antifa? Do you have any evidence that I'm actually crazy? Do you have any evidence at all? And Rachel, because of course she's a very intellectually honest person. She is Andrew Wilson's wife. They are the king and queen debate champions of the internet. Rachel Wilson is totally intellectually honest. And so I was sure beyond sure that Rachel Wilson was going to have some evidence for the claim that I'm crazy and no one should listen to me. And what Rachel Wilson had was, wait for it, my evidence is that I've interacted with you on here in the past and you've been absolutely unhinged. And before I could respond to her and say, okay, Rachel, so what you're saying is that you have no evidence and you have nothing for people to look at and you're literally just making shit up because you're mad that your husband is a giant pussy and won't debate me because he knows I'm smarter than the OnlyFans whores that he debates on the regular. And if he ever debated me on the far left, I would kick his ass and it would not even be close. And so Rachel's evidence that I'm crazy is pinky swear, trust me, bro. I totally promise. Definitely, totally. And then before I could respond to that tweet, you know what she did? She blocked me. Of course, because people with evidence, they tend to not even engage in discussion. Yeah, it's so funny. They always call me crazy, but they never call me a liar, do they? They always call me crazy, but they never call me a liar. Well, my favorite one, of course, is Data Republican. Now, of course, people have been tagging Data Republican on Twitter all over the place saying, you should talk to Karlyn, you should talk to Karlyn. People have been tagging me and saying, you should talk to Data Republican, you should talk to Data Republican. I really hate to burst everyone's bubble, but that is never going to happen. And do you know why that's never going to happen? Because Data Republican is a narrative shill account that doesn't know what the F she's talking about. Now, I did discover that Data Republican did discover the anti-fascist handbook today. I covered the anti-fascist handbook, like, what was it, 3 years ago or something like that. Data Republican has just discovered that there is an anti-fascist handbook. She was posting about it on Twitter earlier today. But bigger picture, the reason that I will never work with Data Republican is back in June when the LA riots started, Data Republican was releasing all this information on Twitter that was getting conservative politicians all riled up, except she was lying to the public. She was lying to the public. It was not real information. Because what happens with Data Republican is people just send her stuff in her DMs and she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about because she's a little deaf girl just like fucking around on her computer with her AI. And listen, man, a lot of people like to kiss her ass and like pander to her because she's deaf. I'm not going to do that. I don't care. This bitch has put herself in a position of informing millions and millions and millions and millions of people. She's misinforming them. She's lying because she's not doing basic due diligence. She's out there calling herself Data Republican while shilling misinformation to the public. And I can prove this because I'll just cut to the punchline and then we'll see what she actually said. I can prove this because back in June, I actually tried to message her privately. This is a message I have with Data Republican. I tried to handle it privately. People think that I always just jump the gun and I always just go after these influencers publicly. No, I don't. I tried to handle it privately and I said, hey, listen, you're sharing things that are not real. This image isn't real. This is photoshopped. This is not real. And I knew that because the things that she was sharing images about were things that I was like covering very closely with primary source evidence. She was sharing blatant misinformation about the Party for Socialism and Liberation to try to make it seem like it was an anti-Semitic thing because anti-Semitism is, of course, the core conservative narrative around the left. It's bullshit and it's wrong, but that's their narrative. And Data Republican was just sharing stuff without bothering to fact check it. And when she was given the information to say, this is not real, guess what she did? She ignored me and then she posted on Twitter that I was crazy. This was back in June. So I don't take that shit. I'm sorry. I know people like her because they think that she's like one of the good guys. But if you call yourself Data Republican, and by the way, I don't actually have a whole lot of respect for people who don't use their real names. I know some people have to remain anonymous, but I'm talking about people who are influencing the public. If you are influencing the public, if you're influencing politicians, I want to know who the fuck you are. I want to know your real name. If you're just in a non-account and you're just expressing your opinion and shitposting and having fun and trolling, that's a different thing. I don't mind if those accounts stay anonymous. This bitch is informing millions of people and informing politicians. I want to know her real name. Stop being a pussy. Put your face on the fucking internet. I go undercover with Antifa and I use my real name and my real face on the internet. But that's an aside. That's an aside. What I will say is I will never, ever work with someone who is misinforming the public. This is a hard limit for me, man. I go through great pains and great lengths to make sure that I am only using verifiable primary source evidence from real leftist groups that is not forged or anything like that. I go through great pains to make sure that I holy shit! I know you, Johnny Thompson. I know you. I remember. Wow, talk about a blast from the past. Johnny Thompson. Johnny Thompson and I go back to the higher education days when I worked in higher education, and I do remember him from that conference. Well, see, I always wonder what happens to my old higher education people if they ever actually. I think a lot of them go, that bitch went crazy. But welcome, Johnny. We're real glad you're here. It's good to see you again. Anyway. So Data Republican started chiming in on the whole thing. And Data Republican says, to add on to other voices, I first became aware of Karlyn when I saw a screenshot of her paying Nick Fuentes $100 to display an unflattering and untrue message about me on her live stream. That's not actually when she first became aware of me. She first became aware of me about a week before that when I told her flat out she was selling misinformation to her audience in her DM. So this is a lie. She became aware of me before that when I told her and provided her evidence that what she was saying to her massive audience wasn't true. So that's a lie. We know we can't trust that bitch. If you'll lie about the easy things, guys, you will always lie about the bigger things. This is my rule of thumb with influencers. And she says, from direct personal experiences with Antifa, I recommend you only talk to Andy No. Well, that's interesting, Data Republican. That's interesting, isn't it? Has Andy No gone undercover with Antifa lately? One in the chat if Andy No has gone undercover with Antifa lately, like recently, not a couple years ago, recently. Two in the chat if Andy No is living in London and has not gone undercover with Antifa lately. Let's see how smart let's see if my audience is smarter than Data Republican. Because I don't know, guys, for my money, if you have an account called and you're calling yourself Data Republican, maybe you should actually be interested in data. And the fact of the matter is, although Andy No has done good work in the past, and I will never take that away from him, and I think he's been very brave, and I think his book is great, but his book is several years old now. His book is 4 fucking years old. I went undercover with Antifa last fucking week. And if you're going to call yourself Data Republican, wouldn't you want the latest data? Wouldn't you want the latest evidence? But no, her position is, Karlyn hurt my feelings when she outed me for lying to the public, and therefore you should not look at evidence that she gives because she hurt my feelings, and you should only talk to people who didn't hurt my feelings because I call myself Data Republican, but I'm not actually going to look at real verifiable data. I'm only interested in my feelings, and that wasn't even the only thing Data Republican said about me. She kept whining later because people were responding to her, and this person who used to follow me but is now probably blocked for some reason says she has a very interesting history. She once associated with Brandon Strauch and Scott Pressler. She no longer does. That's actually not true, by the way. I am still absolutely friends with Scott Pressler. I DM with Scott Pressler every once in a while. I adore Scott Pressler. I have never said anything bad about Scott Pressler. Scott Pressler is a king and a champion and a warrior, and I will never shit talk that guy, and I am still friends with him to this day. I just don't work with him. We do completely different things, so there's no reason for me to be talking about Scott Pressler all the time. But for anyone to assume that I no longer associate with Scott Pressler is just flat out untrue. I can DM with him whenever I fucking want to. He can DM with me too. He is a good guy. He has done the hard work. I have nothing but respect for him. Brandon Strauch is a different story. Brandon Strauch stabbed me in the back and betrayed me a couple years ago, and Brandon Strauch can go fuck himself. Brandon Straka also stabbed Scott Presler in the back, by the way. Do people remember this recently? Brandon Straka released a whole smear campaign trying to go after Scott Presler because he was pissed off that Scott Presler was getting more attention and more support than he was, because Brandon's organization, Walkaway, is completely failing. I know that from people that are associated with it. So Brandon, instead of fixing his own house, went after Scott Presler and released a smear campaign on him. And I completely took Scott Presler's side, and this is 100% public information. So again, for an account calling herself Data Republican, maybe Data Republican should start doing the basic little bit of research to understand what the fuck she's talking about. But she says, just gently saying, I find other sources much more reliable when it comes to direct experience with Antifa, except that Data Republican is ignoring the data. Data Republican is ignoring what is actually going on in the real world today. Andy No is not the only person that's ever interacted with Antifa, guys. Andy No is not the only person that's ever been attacked by him, too. If you look up my history, there is a video of me on the internet of getting chased down the fucking street by Black Lives Matter. So while I do respect Andy No, the fact of the matter is Andy No does not go undercover with Antifa. I do. Andy No has not gone undercover with the real far left in a long time. I do. Andy No does not have access to half of the data. Can we just be blunt for a second? Andy No does not have access to half of the data that I have about the far left now today. And listen, we can respect the work he's done in the past, but the fact of the matter is that I have more evidence about the far left than literally anyone on the internet. And if Data Republican had any fucking integrity and she wasn't just sitting behind a computer using an untrained AI to misinform the public about what was going on, maybe we could have a conversation about that. But obviously she's not interested in that. And I want to be very clear. I've gotten feedback from people saying, you guys are on the same team. No, we're not. We are not on the same team. I am on team truth and evidence and no shilling a political narrative. I have no political tribe. I am not a member of any group. I work for you guys. My only job is to show up and to tell you the truth and to show you the receipts. And anyone that's shilling a political narrative is going to be unlikely to actually look at those receipts. Because once you start looking at the evidence, you realize how much people like Data Republican lie. You realize that Andy No's been lying to the public about this Antifa bullshit for a while. You realize how much the conservative influencers that you trust to inform you have betrayed you over and over and over again. And I'm sorry to break people's hearts, but I don't create the evidence. I literally just find it and I show it to you. And that's it. But one of the most interesting ones for me, and this will be the last one we cover, apparently Steve Bannon totally doesn't understand what he's looking at. So I just want to watch a couple minutes because someone told me earlier today that Steve Bannon talked about my Fox News appearance, but that basically he completely effed it up and he didn't understand what he was talking about. And I'm like, that's disappointing, man. People have been telling me, go on Steve Bannon, go on Steve Bannon, go on Steve Bannon. And I'm kind of like, I will literally talk to anyone. I will literally talk to anyone. I like if Steve Bannon and his people want to reach out to me, I will literally talk to him. I don't care. I'm not going to show myself out for shows, but if they want to talk to me, then I will absolutely talk to them. But I haven't even seen this clip yet. Do you guys mind if we watch this clip from Steve Bannon's show real quick so I can actually learn what he said? Can we do that? And then we're going to get into Socialism Saturday, guys. We have got an epic episode for Socialism Saturday today. You guys are not going to want to miss it. But I just want to watch this clip real quick to find out what Steve Bannon actually said.
Right? There's just no audience for that anymore. That kind of overarching narrative of the globalists and the elitists in this country has collapsed. Why? They use that information news in service to themselves, not to the country and not to citizens of the country. And American citizens are very smart and have tremendous common sense and kind of basic core American values and have seen through it. And so they're so freaked out because they know that we're coming for them, and we are coming for them. And I said in the New York Times, I'm not good. People, I've had 1,000 people come to me, hey, can you come up and debate the free speech? No, I'm not interested in that. We're taking action now. We're cleaning house at these media companies. And this is why the media companies are making all this nonsense about the Antifa and the investigation. Well, Antifa is just a bunch of kids running around. That's on the surface. And they're not kids running around. They're very well trained by military intelligence and national security operatives. They're
I'll get to
embedded
super
in the
chats
deep
in a minute,
state
guys.
your
Hang on.
government. The young woman that was a member of Antifa and left on Jesse Waters the other night walked you through it. How I think it was in New York, upstate New York, she get training from military personnel. So that's.
I was a member of Antifa in upstate New York and got training from military personnel. No, Steve. No, Steve. I've never been a member of Antifa. I was in New York City, not upstate New York, and I did not receive military training from Antifa. I just know that they do it because I saw what? I mean, like, I guess like he's doing his best, but like, what?
Media companies. And this is why the media companies are making all this nonsense about the Antifa and the investigation. Well, Antifa is just a bunch of kids running around. Yo, that's on the surface. And they're not kids running around. They're very well trained by military intelligence and national security operatives. They're embedded in the deep state in your government. The young woman that was a member of Antifa and left on Jesse Waters the other night walked you through it. How I think it was in New York, upstate New York, she get training from military personnel. So that's the second layer, is the training layer. And the third layer is the one that's important. That's the Mac Daddy. That is Soros and its ties.
Oh my
and its,
God!
all the interconnections of the money. And
Steve Bannon thinks Antifa is funded by George Soros. Hey, Steve? Steve? You want to talk to me, bro? You want real evidence? He thinks Antifa is funded by George Soros. Steve, Antifa is funded by mutual aid, Steve. They are not funded by George Soros. George Soros funds progressives. Antifa are not progressives. Antifa would sooner shoot themselves in the foot, literally, than take George Soros money. There is no universe in which Antifa is funded by George Soros. Antifa is funded by mutual aid. This is why we don't listen to conservative influencers, guys. Listen, man, I don't want to totally shit talk Steve Bannon. Like, you got to respect the guy. The guy went to prison. The guy went to prison for his beliefs. In some respects, I have to respect the commitment. But Steve, can we please get just a touch more accurate with our information, guys? Can we please just get just a smidgen, as my grandmother used to say, a smidgen more accurate with our information? That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. I don't think I'm asking too much. Anyway, guys, welcome to Socialism Saturday. I've gotten a bunch of super chats already, so I just want to dig into these super chats. Welcome Oregon Born as a new channel member. Appreciate it. Two ladies, can we get the rules video? Yes, we will get the rules video played. Don't worry about that. I appreciate it. Haters gonna hate. So real, old dog. Oh, so real. Two ladies with a very generous super chat. Hey, I really appreciate that. Karlyn, starting out my support, right? Much respect. If I can ever talk you into covering local colleges here too, I would support it. Much respect. And Julietta and their love. Love to you guys. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, we can always talk about that too, ladies. I'm pretty stretched. I'm stretched pretty thin right now, but we can always talk about that. And I appreciate everything you do. And thank you for the money. I've read Andy Knows Antifa book. He didn't mention Trantifa once. Yeah, it's almost like Trantifa isn't a real thing. It's just something that Andy Know made up as a branding exercise. But you know what? Whatever. Hopefully he gets back on track at some point. Janet says, it's clear the right has groups of self-appointed gatekeepers who spend more time gatekeeping than doing the hard and necessary work of researching and uncovering the radical left. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Yeah, everyone make sure you mount the like button for me. Thank you guys to everyone who sent in a super chat so far. I do want to remind people, if you are new and you are not yet subscribed to my Substack, please make sure you are subscribed to my Substack. It is totally free to subscribe, but you can also support my work on there for $8 a month, $80 a year. My preferred method of support is via Substack because I have a goal of getting a certain number of subscribers on Substack, and we are well on our way to that goal. And so if you guys can help me out by signing up for $8 a month, $80 a year, I would really appreciate it because you guys fund the work I do. I've had a lot of people asking me over the past couple of days, Karlyn, how do you pay for going undercover at this stuff? You guys do it. You guys fund the work I'm doing. And because of that, because I don't take any money from any political organization, I don't take money from any political tribe, I work for you. My only concern, listen, the shills and the influencers can say whatever the F they want. The streamers can cry and complain because they're jealous that I was on Fox News and they weren't. But my job is to teach you. My job is to show up for you, to give you the receipts, to give you the information. I don't care what any of these other people think. As long as you guys are showing up and supporting the work I'm doing, I will always, always, always show up for you. And the very best way to do that is over on my Substack. And I really, really appreciate it. All right, so what are we watching tonight? There is a channel called Sub Media. Now, I don't normally do this, but this is I think this is something that's about Canada. I don't normally cover things that are not in the United States, but the documentary we're going to watch tonight is just, I have to do it. We are going to be watching a hardcore leftist propaganda recruitment documentary that basically makes the case that if we don't have a communist revolution, then everyone is literally going to die. So normally I stick to the United States, but sometimes I veer out when it's just too enticing. And there is a documentary on this YouTube channel, and this is a YouTube channel by a collective. So if you want to know if someone is a socialist, look for the word collective, because oftentimes socialist groups will call themselves collected. It's not 100% accurate rule, but it is pretty consistent. Submedia is a small collective of anarchist filmmakers based in the colonial occupied territories of some Native American names or Native Canadian names in so-called Canada. Yo! New York Patriot! Thank you. I don't give my money out easy, but you're doing the work, I think. Also, I'm in upstate New York. Antifa are almost non-existent up here. They've tried to stage shit a few times, and locals start shit a few times, I think is what you're saying. Hey, man, thank you. Please keep a watchful eye on upstate New York. I appreciate you. Thank you for supporting my work. Thank you for, making such a generous donation. So glad you're here. I really, really appreciate it. So Submedia is a group of socialist and communist filmmakers in Canada. And they have made a documentary that's in 3 parts called It's Revolution or Death. Literally, the name of their documentary is It's Revolution or Death. This is a propaganda recruiting documentary to try to recruit more leftists to the far left. So this is going to give us a really good eye into the narrative talking points that they have. And this documentary has been released in 3 parts over the last several months. The reason we're watching it now is so the first part was released 10 months ago. The second part was released 8 months ago. The third part was just released 2 days ago. So we're going to be able to watch part 1, part 2, and part 3 back to back. It's pretty doable. Part 1 is about 20 minutes long. Part 2 is about 25 minutes long. Part 3 is about 40 minutes long. So that adds up to what we normally watch for Socialism Saturday anyway. So that is what we're doing tonight, guys. I think it's going to be a really, really, really amazing show. Now, as a reminder for people who are new, Socialism Saturday is a research stream and it is a teaching stream, okay? So we do take this seriously, and there are rules that I ask people follow. I know there are a whole bunch of new people, and I want to welcome all the new people to this experience, but you got to understand, you have walked into my classroom. We do have fun, we do make jokes, but we all do take this seriously. I've had people researching the far left with me for years and years and years. If you just showed up, we're going to try to teach you everything we know. We're going to try to bring you along. Okay, but I need everyone to take this seriously, and I need everyone to follow the instructions. And in order to help out, we do have a handy rule video, and I want everyone to pay attention to the video because this will tell you what is expected of you during Socialism Saturday. All right, for anyone that's new, we have some rules for Socialism Saturday. Let me go over them real quick. Socialism Saturday is a research group and a class. We do take this seriously. You're allowed to have fun. You're allowed to have a drink or two. You're allowed to kind of kick back and joke in the chat. However, I need everyone to understand that when we are researching the radical revolutionary left, we do take this seriously. And so if you're shitposting in my chat, I'm going to tell you to stop. If you are posting off topic in the chat, I'm going to ask you to stop at some point because it's going to be distracting to what we're doing. I need you to think of yourself as in a classroom. And I'm not talking about an online classroom. I'm talking about a real life classroom, okay? When you walk into a real life classroom, I am the teacher, you are the students. You are sitting in the desk, I am sitting in the front of the classroom. I'm standing there teaching you what is going on. If you were in a real life classroom, you wouldn't walk in, start throwing shit at the wall, yelling, saying, I disagree with you because my best friend said something different. That's not allowed. I don't care about your feelings. I'm not going to coddle your opinion. And that's going to be the way it is. And if you don't like it, you don't have to be here. But if you are in my classroom, you will respect my rules and you will listen to me. And if you do not do that, then you will be removed. And how you feel about being removed makes no difference to me at all. The expectation is if you're going to be here and you're going to be watching socialism with us and you're going to be participating in the chat, you are doing it because you are serious about learning this topic and understanding this topic. The minute that I think that you're just fucking around or you're trolling or something like that, you're going to get put in a timeout or permanently banned, and that's just going to be the way it is. Rule number 2, don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the chat. I can do whatever I want because I am the queen fascist bitch of my YouTube channel. So I can say and do whatever I want. But if you don't insult me and you don't insult other people in the chat, we're not going to have a problem. So be an adult, rein that shit in. Number 3, no whining. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care if you feel personally attacked. It makes no difference to me at all. And I promise you, I care about your feelings a little bit more than the left does. So if you can't handle me, you can't handle the left. If you start whining and complaining because you don't like the rules or you think you're being treated unfairly, you can just leave, bro. There's the door. You don't have to be here. Number 4, listen. Our job here and why we do Socialism Saturday is to listen to what the left is saying, to listen to what real leftists are doing in the real world. This is not to support your confirmation bias. This is not to support any conservative bullshit narrative that you may have heard on Glenn Beck that one time. This is not to be what you want it to be. This is to engage with reality. We need to listen, we need to actively listen, and we need to understand the left better than they understand themselves. That is the purpose of this exercise, okay? As part of that, I do ask that people refrain from debunking. You do not have a single debunk in your arsenal about the left is stupid because of reasons X, Y, B, and Z, or the left is her hypocrites for reasons X, Y, B, and Z. You don't have a single debunk that we haven't heard before, okay? And every time you put energy into debunking, that is energy that you're not putting into listening. So if I see you debunking, I'm going to tell you to stop, because you need to put that energy into listening instead. Lastly, break the rules of my chat or disrespect me in any way, and I'll just kick you out, and that's the way it is. All right, guys, those are the rules for Socialism Saturday. Please press 1 in the chat if you agree to the rules. And if you don't agree to the rules, there's the door. You can just leave now. Let's just part ways now. But please press 1 in the chat if you agree to the rules. Now, I do want to show you something interesting as we're getting into this documentary. So this documentary, and again, it's called It's Revolution or Death. This documentary is made by a guy named Peter. Now, I don't know anything about Peter, really, except that Peter has a Substack called Surviving Leviathan. What does Leviathan mean to the far left? Pop quiz for the chat. For people who read Against the Gendered Nightmare with me in the Counter-Revolutionary Book Club, what does Leviathan mean to the far left? Does anyone have any idea? Is any of the Useful Idiots funding coming from the Middle East? No, that's not real. That's not real at all. I appreciate the super chat, though, Jesse. What does Leviathan mean to the far left? Leviathan to the far left means capitalism. Capitalism. They believe that capitalism has literally been around since ancient Sumeria, and they call it the Leviathan. And so another interesting thing about Peter, though, and possibly even more interesting, Peter has written a book. And Peter's book is called How Nonviolence Protects the State. And this book is fully available on the Anarchist Library. One of the things that's kind of cool about studying the left is they don't believe in copyright. So the left basically publishes everything for free. Like the far left publishes everything for free. The Anarchist Library is an amazing resource. And we can actually read Peter's book, How Nonviolence Protects the State, on the Anarchist Library. Maybe we'll start this project. Maybe we'll actually read this. Nonviolence is ineffective. Nonviolence is racist. Nonviolence is statist. Nonviolence is patriarchal. Nonviolence is tactically and strategically inferior. Nonviolence is deluded. The alternative, possibilities for revolutionary activism. Guys, I think they're telling us that they're going to get violent at some point, and I think they're telling us they're going to try to violently overthrow the government at some point. Call me crazy, but when I see a communist writing a book called How Nonviolence Protects the State, I think they're preparing for violence. I'm pretty sure they're preparing for violence. So maybe we'll look in for that another time. But let's get started with the documentary, guys. We do have 3 parts of this documentary to get through. And we're going to start off with part 1. And what we're going to basically do is, this is, again, people need to keep in mind, this is a piece of far left propaganda that is explicitly designed to recruit and radicalize more people to the far left. So what we do on this show is, and this is for everyone that's new, and again, I want to welcome everyone new. If this is your first Socialism Saturday, you're in for a ride. But I want people to understand, we are watching leftist propaganda and leftist training in order to understand their mindset, in order to understand their language, in order to understand how they think and stuff like that. Let's see. Evan says, I have a question for the person beside me. How do they think it goes back a few thousand years? Do they not believe in evolution? It's a complicated question, Evan. It's a complicated question. They believe what they believe. See, here's the thing. Socialists believe what they believe. And no matter how many times you try to debunk them, no matter how many times you give them facts and data, no matter how many times you say, do you know real communism has never been tried? Socialists believe what they believe. It is not a useful exercise to try to debunk the socialist, because the socialist ain't going to listen to you. You guys have got to understand, socialists are, I truly do believe this. I'm not actually being facetious. Socialists are indoctrinated into a cult. They are in a cult. You cannot, if you are trying to reason with someone in a cult, you can't just go and debunk their beliefs and have them go, okay, I'm not in the cult anymore. So we don't try to debunk their beliefs. What we try to do is understand their beliefs so that we can understand our enemies, so that we can get ahead of them. Guys, we are way behind. We are way behind the far left. The far left is winning, and they are winning massively. And I know some of you might not realize that because you listen to conservative media, but like, the far left is winning and they are winning massively. And we are basically a bad news bears type of counterinsurgency, where what we need to do is get scrappy. We need to get strategic. We need to figure out, how do we get ourselves around this behemoth that has literally been taking over and destroying our society for decades and decades and decades and decades. And no, it is not because they're funded. That is absolute bullshit. You need to unlearn this. It is not because they're funded. It is because they show up and they do the work. The left shows up in a way the conservative right can never dare dream. The left spends all their time organizing. They spend all their time volunteering. They spend all their time doing this, while the conservative right reads on Twitter. It has nothing to do with funding. It has to do with energy and focus and vision and strategy. And if we don't understand them, we are never, ever, ever going to be able to defeat them. Let's see. I have one more super chat before we get into this documentary. Catherine, I'm at work listening. I am reprogramming my brain. Considering as a conservative, I've been lied to this whole time. Listen, for conservatives that feel like I'm personally targeting you, please don't feel bad. For conservatives that need to reprogram your brain like Catherine, please don't feel bad. Listen, this is not your fault. It's really not. It is the fault of your influencers that lied to you. It is the fault of your pundits. It's the fault of your commentators. They had one job to do, and that job was to tell you the truth, and they failed to do that, and you trusted them to do that, and so it's no one's fault. And I'm not trying to make anyone feel bad, but we are in a rather dire situation where the shit is going to hit the fan sooner rather than later, and people need to start waking up and hinging into reality about what is going on. And so if you think I'm aggressive and I'm trying to smack you upside the head to make you pay attention to what's going on, yes, I am aggressive and I'm trying to smack you upside the head and make you pay attention to what's going on, because I am deathly afraid that within the next 10 to 15 years, they are going to try to radically overthrow the government of the United States. I'm not even joking about this. I mean exactly what I said on Fox News. The Civil War will not be red versus blue. The Civil War will not be Democrat versus Republican. The Civil War will be radical, revolutionary, socialist versus the federal government. And I firmly believe that they will try to violently overthrow the government in the next 10 to 15 years. People need to start waking up. They need to start taking this seriously. And the first thing you need to do is learn the language. You need to learn the language. You need to unlearn every bullshit talking point your conservative influencers have ever told you, and you need to hinge into reality with what the real far left is doing. And if you want to learn about the far left, I will teach you about the far left. But if you are new here, you have to understand that you have a lot of unlearning to do. So make sure you're asking questions. We will answer your questions in the chat. I'm a Catholic conservative. Stick around and learn. We do the work. Yes, we do. We do the work. All right. Let's get into this documentary and let's see what it had to say. Please make sure you mount the like button for me. And let's get this party started. Yep. They captured colleges where Charlie was winning. Yeah, they captured colleges where Charlie was winning. That's very true. Do I have any advice to ex-lefties about this? I have a lot of ex-lefties in my audience. I have actually former Antifa members in my audience. And of course, I came from the left. I was a Democrat for 20 years. I was never on the far left, but I was a Democrat for 20 years. I would say just the same thing I would say to conservatives. Be open to learning and understand that for people coming from the left, you guys were lied to as well. It wasn't just the conservatives that were lied to by their influencers. People on the left were lied to by their influencers as well. You were lied to as well. And so I guess for everyone, this is kind of like a general statement. What I do is literally about hinging into reality with the evidence. That's it. And you can hinge into reality if you were on the left. You can hinge in, bro. I know it is a fucking betrayal. It is a betrayal what our teachers have done to us. It is a betrayal what our media has done to us. It is a betrayal. And so we can't change that. We can't go back and change the past. But what we can do is look at the information and hinge into reality now. But I think many people feel the same way you do. We have all been gaslit by the people that we trusted to inform us and teach us. And that's why I don't do that. I never will come on here and say, pinky swear, trust me, bro. I will always just show you guys the receipts, okay? So I understand that people have a lot of questions. Let's try to keep the questions relevant to what's in the documentary. All of your questions will be answered over the course of time. You can also find a lot of information on my Substack, but please understand that when you're new to learning about the left, you can't do this in a single stream. You can't learn this content in a single stream. It takes people months of watching my content to truly start to wrap their head around it. I'm not saying that to intimidate you, but you're learning a different language. You are learning how to speak a new language. There are no shortcuts to learning how to speak a new language, okay? If you, now this is the very best environment to do it because we're going to immerse you in the far left and we're going to teach you the language quickly, but I can't do this in a 5-minute video. I can't do this in a single stream. I need you guys to show up and listen and be open-minded and just look at what the information says and to ask good questions, and we will figure it out together, okay? But everything we do is grounded in reality, and I'm not going to sell you any bullshit narrative, and you're always going to be able to see the evidence for yourself, okay? So I'm going to ask very politely that everyone keep questions related to the content because that's going to keep us on track here. We could go on tangents all night, but I promise you, if you keep coming back to the streams, all of your questions will be answered in due time, and you can always avail yourself of all of the information I've already created on my Substack, the classes I've created, the videos I've created, stuff like that. So let's focus in. Hey, Jay, thank you for becoming a channel member. I really do appreciate it. And let's see what this documentary says. I'm excited to watch this.
I mean, aside from a few wingnuts, people recognize that things are bad, climate change is real. They're doing something about it. Yeah, those in power are taking it seriously. Every year, green investment and green energy production have been growing. Thanks to proactive initiatives by politicians and policymakers around the world, and conscientious investment by major funds and companies like BlackRock, BP, and Tesla. Every year, the Conference of the Parties holds a summit.
Well, the thing is that there's a lot going on in the United States, so I can't do everything all at once, but I would encourage you. I mean, listen, I do have Canadian members in my audience. Mizakan, who is a very valued member of the community, is in Canada. I just don't cover Canada a lot because we've got enough to worry about in the United States. And no offense, Canada, but you're a separate country, okay? And you're in a worse situation than we are. So I guess I would encourage people in Canada, you start doing this. You start doing this in Canada. I'll teach you the language, but you got to start doing this for your own people. I'm an American. I'm going to focus on America, but I welcome Canadians to come and learn and be a part of the community and stuff like that. And then you can do it. Okay?
To define the next steps needed to reach a carbon-neutral economy and meet the goals set in the Paris Agreement of not exceeding 1.5 degrees Celsius of global warming. Global investment in clean energy grew to $1.7 trillion in 2023, the highest level yet. From 2010 to 2023, renewable energy production in the US has doubled. In 2022, the major economies of the world made renewed commitments to green energy. The US government passed the Inflation Reduction Act, leading to $110 billion in private investments in clean energy manufacturing in 1 year alone, as well as a 52% increase in the sale of electric vehicles. China added 160 gigawatts of capacity to its renewable energy production, and the European Union added 50 gigawatts to its own capacity in wind and solar photovoltaic energy. So things are getting better, right? Right? Well, carbon emissions grew in 2023, breaking a new record. Methane, an even more potent greenhouse gas, also saw increased emissions at a near record rate. Greenhouse gas emissions have been growing almost every year ever since the Industrial Revolution began in the...
This is already so ominous. Hey, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. I don't know how to say your name. You'll have to teach me how to do that, but I appreciate you being here. Thank you, thank you. So just to lay a little bit of groundwork for this, as a reminder, this is a far left piece of propaganda. So we are watching propaganda right now to understand what their talking points are. But just as like a high level overview, socialists believe, and I use socialists and communists interchangeably because they use it interchangeably. So don't read anything into the fact that I'm saying socialist instead of communist. Socialists believe that capitalism has created climate change and that climate change is literally going to kill us. And so the only way to prevent being literally killed by climate change is to abolish capitalism and implement socialism so that we can reverse climate change. That is what they believe. As a reminder, guys, capitalism is defined as private property ownership. Socialists explicitly believe that companies have put the accumulation of wealth and profit ahead of people, and that is why capitalism has created climate change, because people are putting money over people and stuff like that. And they really do believe this. Eco-socialists, like this is eco-terrorism is what this is. This is like those crazy people who want to blow up a pipeline and stuff like that. They really do believe this is life and death. They really do believe that if they don't overthrow capitalism and implement socialism, we are all going to die. Now, of course, that's batshit insane. But I want everyone to just think about this as we're watching this documentary. What if you believed something so strongly and you truly, with every fiber of your being, truly with every fiber of your being, you thought we were all literally going to die unless you fixed this problem. Wouldn't you do anything that was required in order to fix this problem? We're not saying we agree with them. We're not saying we think they're correct. We are trying to understand them, okay? If you literally think that everyone in the world, including all your friends and all your family and all your loved ones, are literally going to die if you don't overthrow capitalism and get a Marxist revolution, then you're going to be willing to do almost anything. This is the mindset of the people who made this documentary.
1800s. CO2 emissions today are 6 times what they were in 1950. There is now 50% more CO2 in the planet's atmosphere and 130% more methane than there was before the capitalist factory system took off. No serious institution that actually engages with the scientific data around climate change is denying the fact that greenhouse gas emissions are rising. No government agencies, not the IPCC.
Hang on. I feel like I already explained this, but I'm going to explain this again, and this will hopefully be the last time I explain it. How do we convince them otherwise? You don't. You don't. This is not a show about how do we convince the socialists to not be socialists. There is nothing you can do. They are indoctrinated into a cult. They are in a cult. You cannot wake someone up from a cult that they don't want to be woken up from. The goal of this exercise is not to learn how to deprogram them because they can't do that. The goal of the exercise is to understand them. And this is why, guys, please stop debunking. I know there's a lot of new people there, and a lot of people are saying, well, obviously climate change isn't real. There is no debunk that you guys can put in my chat that's going to change anything. They are not going to change their minds. Our job is to understand them, and so we can figure out a way to strategize and get around them. It is not to deprogram them, because that is a futile effort, okay? We need to understand our enemy if we are going to defeat our enemy, and they are the enemy. They are trying to destroy our entire way of life, and there is no reasoning with them, and there is no deprogramming them, and there is no debunking them. There's nothing. This is about us understanding our enemies so that we can defeat them.
See, not the UN. But they are doing their best to hide it. On its page about the importance of renewable energy, the International Energy Agency talks as though carbon emissions are dropping year after year in tandem with the increase in green energy. They do their best to hide that they're actually talking about hypothetical models, which year after year fail to match the data in the real world. When these institutions do reluctantly acknowledge the bad news, it's to say we need more green energy production, more investment in renewable.
Hang on, we got a super chat here. I've never subbed to a channel membership, but your recent video on Antifa was extremely eye-opening, and you get spicy with the trolls. It's pronounced Rushanel. Well, welcome. I really appreciate you being here. Let me know if I got that pronunciation right.
Renewables, more electric vehicles. The pattern that everyone is hell-bent on erasing is actually pretty simple. Green energy is increasing, and carbon emissions are increasing hand in hand. Green energy might not be effective at stopping the climate crisis, but it sure is great for making money. Tesla's return for investors between 2019 and 2023 was 1,073%. Investments in solar panel manufacturer First Solar gave a 5-year cumulative return of 272%. Meanwhile, carbon capture technology that has won much fanfare as a potential tech fix to the crisis has proven immensely profitable. for gas and oil drilling operations. Oil companies, manufacturers, and tech companies are all investing billions
Scott.
of dollars
Appreciate
in renewable energy production. But that's not something to celebrate. It's just a strategy to clean up their image. These are not institutions we can trust. For example, in 2023, when profit margins for wind energy decreased, BP drastically scaled back its investments in green energy, increasing its oil and gas profiles again. Whereas
Well, hang on. So SoulQuest says they don't even like green energy. That surprises me. But listen to the argument they're making. The argument that they're making is that capitalists are taking advantage of green energy to push these policies that aren't actually saving the environment. So it's not that they don't like green energy, it's that they don't like the capitalization of that green energy to be able to profit like Elon Musk and Tesla. Hey, Johnny Thompson, thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate that. I cannot believe there's someone from higher education here. That is a trip, man. That is like seeing a teacher outside of school for me. So that's crazy.
companies like Siemens and GE decreased their production of wind turbines and other infrastructure. That is the nature of these companies. Their fundamental purpose, more important than anything else, including our lives, the lives of the generations that will follow us, the life of the planet, is their legal duty to make money for their shareholders.
See? Make money for the shareholders. That's the issue.
An increase in fossil fuel emissions is the only logical, predictable result of an increase in green energy investment, and none of the experts are admitting that.
Oh, hang on. I saw a great chat. I'm going to have to learn how to deal with a larger chat. Usually I do a lot of interaction with my chat. I may not be able to do that as much anymore. Isn't this like one degree of separation from eco-fash? This is eco-fash. You're watching eco-fash. This is not 1 degree from separation. This is literally eco-terrorism.
Anarchists have been trying to warn of this problem for decades, and we've been ignored or repressed as terrorists. Earlier, I alluded to the fact that there have been a few outliers over the last 200 years when carbon emissions actually decreased. Without fail, these were years when capitalism slowed down because of a recession, a world war, or, say, a major pandemic. Now, imagine a pie. No, not that kind of pie. When they talk about fossil fuels versus renewables, they can rely on common sense assumptions to manipulate how people are thinking about the problem. More green energy means less fossil fuel energy, right? Wrong. Capitalism is based on growth. That means the pie keeps getting bigger. So even if total energy from renewable sources grew to take up half the pie, the remaining half a pie is still 10 times bigger than the whole pie was a few decades ago, because the global economy keeps growing. And we're talking about capitalism here, but state socialism is no solution either.
Oh, yeah?
Both the Soviet Union when it existed, as well as countries like China and Vietnam from their revolutions until today, have accepted the necessity and priority of growth.
Okay, so people might be confused about that because he just said state socialism is not a solution either. These are anarchists, okay? Anarchists do not believe in a state. Now, they are socialists. They're anarcho-communists. So they do have an idea of how a community would collectively govern itself, but it would not be what they're talking about when they say state socialism. It's like with Stalinism, where there was a hierarchy. So not all socialists and communists believe the same thing. There are Stalinists, there are Marxist-Leninists, there are anarcho-communists. They all believe different versions. And now they all want a post-capitalist society, and that's really the big problem. But don't get it twisted. They do not all believe the same thing. So, for example, anarcho-communists would say that Stalin was not true socialism or communism because it was a hierarchy. where Stalin was at the top and there was a hierarchy. That's what they mean when they say state socialism. They mean, okay, maybe it's socialism, but there's still a hierarchy. Anarchists want to eliminate and abolish all hierarchy. They don't want any hierarchy. They want everything to be at the same level. That's why they're saying they don't believe in state socialism. Let's see, I just got another super chat. Oregon born. This is the rise of the Red Menace. Ooh, that would make a good t-shirt. I'm gonna screenshot that because that would make just an awesome t-shirt. I'm gonna do that, Oregon Ben. Thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate it. Let's see. We got another super chat here from Steve. Socialism when it's unapologetic. No, it's not. No. This is a conservative bullshit talking point. Fascism believes, guys. Okay. The fundamental difference between fascism and socialism is that fascism still believes in private property ownership and socialism does not. So it is not correct in any way, shape, or form to say that socialism and fascism are the same thing. Hitler was not a socialist in the way that these people are socialists. Hitler was a national socialist who still believed in private property. Now, of course, Hitler was the worst person that ever lived. Obviously, worst person in the history of the world. All I'm saying is that Hitler still believed in private property and these socialists do not. And that is the distinction. But this is a conservative bullshit talking point. And this is one of the things I need you to unlearn. It's not your fault. It's the fault of the people who taught you. But socialism and fascism are not the same thing at all. It's liberal propaganda to say that socialism and fascism are the same thing. Yeah, we don't buy into that bullshit here. The ultimate question is, do they want to abolish private property ownership or don't they? That is the problem.
And that includes a huge degree of ecological devastation and carbon emissions. That's why Lenin himself referred to the Soviet economy as state capitalism. This is a more accurate term for so-called socialist economies since they're still extractivist, they're still growth-based. Capital is still more important than health, happiness, or freedom. Both the socialist and the US-led systems involve state planning. The only difference is a question of degrees. The clear cause of global warming is the industrial, growth-based system that has been forced on the entire planet.
Capitalism.
But before industrialization, before global capitalism turned to fossil fuels, capitalist growth was...
Okay, I really don't want to make this an argument about Hitler. But Hitler did not clone socialism. Hitler was literally fighting Marxism in Germany. Again, we hinge into reality on this channel. Hitler was provably fighting Marxism in Germany. So if he was fighting Marxism, there ain't no way he just cloned socialism. That is not true. Hitler believed in private property ownership. We know that because Hitler literally gave people houses for having children. So stop repeating this bullshit talking point. I'm not saying people need to like Hitler. Hitler was obviously the worst person that ever lived. But I'm just really sick and tired of this bullshit talking point. It is not real. We hinge into reality here. No, I'm not wrong. No, I'm not. And you gave me money, and so I'm not going to ban you, but you are wrong. And if you continue being wrong and digging in your heels and continuing to be wrong, you will end up getting banned on my channel. So thank you for the money, but I am not wrong. You are wrong, and your job right now is to shut the fuck up and listen to what is being told to you. And if you ever tell me I'm wrong again, I don't care if you send me $100 super chat. I don't care if you send me $1,000 fucking super chat. If you ever tell me I'm wrong again, you are the student in this class. I am the teacher of the class. You are the student in the class. You are not teaching me. I am not here to learn from you. There is a fucking hierarchy and you will respect it. And if you ever do this again, you will be banned and you can get the fuck out. Shut up and listen to what's being said. $10 super chat to tell me I'm wrong? Are you fucking insane? You should have sent at least $100 super chat. You want to tell me I'm wrong? Next time you send me a cheap fucking super chat to tell me I'm wrong, you're getting banned on fucking principle. How much of this does Stephen Miller know? Nothing. Stephen Miller doesn't know any of this shit. He doesn't know any of it. Stephen Miller thinks that Antifa is funded by George Soros and that the Party for Socialism and Liberation is the same as Antifa, and it's not. So Stephen Miller doesn't know fuck off anything. Was Antifa's connection to that Blackstone shooting? No, Antifa's not connected to Blackstone at all. Let's see. All right.
Major driver of deforestation and the enclosure of the commons.
Oh, got another
Enclosure,
super chat.
turning the land into
Hang on. Gotta grab the super chat. Oh, he's telling me I'm wrong again. Okay, bro, you just got yourself banned for the rest of the stream. Thanks for the money, but you just got yourself banned for the rest of the stream. You just got yourself banned for the rest of the fucking stream when I figure out how to do it in this thing. Because I'm not allowing that. Don't do that. Thank you for the money. I am not debating with you in the super chats. Again, you are trying to make this your classroom. This is not your classroom. This is my classroom. You follow my instructions. You follow my rules. If you don't like it, get the fuck out. I don't want to hear anything from you for the rest of the fucking stream. I don't care how much money you send me. It's not about the money. It's about the principle. The nerve, I swear.
property owned and controlled by a wealthy few impoverished the masses on so many levels. It stole our ability to feed, house, and clothe ourselves through a sustainable relationship with the ecosystem. It made us dependent on our exploiters for our very survival. The enclosure and destruction of the commons criminalized humanity's connection, our relationship of mutual aid with the rest of this living planet. There is no solution to this crisis as long as capitalism is around, because capitalism is the crisis.
There is no solution to this crisis as long as capitalism is around, because, oh, you want to get banned? You want to get banned? All right, banning you right now. Goodbye. Does anyone else want to get banned? Does anyone else not like the rules and not like that they're being told what to do by a woman? Does anyone else not want to be banned right now? Because you can just let me know and I can ban you and just get it over with, okay? Ignore this super chat. I'm just preloading. See, that's a smart man right there. That is a smart man right there. All right. So we're going to rewind and listen again, and I want everyone to listen. And this is why you don't spend time arguing with me in the chat, because our job here is to actually just listen to what's being said. They are telling you in this propaganda video that capitalism created all climate change, and that in order to solve climate change, we need to get rid of capitalism. Okay? Is everyone tracking? Is everyone? I know that. Oh my God. Yes, Trantifa is an Andy no term and it's not real. Is everyone tracking with where we're at? Can everyone please focus in on the content? Come on. We got a lot to watch tonight, guys. If we're going all over the place, we're going to be here all night. Yeah, I hate it when people come into my fucking YouTube channel and my live stream and they make it all about them. As if they're the teacher here. Exactly. Okay, so is everyone tracking? Capitalism created climate change. In order to defeat climate change, we need to get rid of capitalism. Okay?
Destruction of the commons criminalized humanity's connection, our relationship of mutual aid with the rest of this living planet. There is no solution to this crisis as long as capitalism is around, because capitalism is the crisis. But it goes deeper than that. What's the common denominator amongst all the mainstream responses to global warming? All of them preserve the role of the state. The surge of green investment in the US starting in 2022 casts private companies and entrepreneurs as the protagonists, but it was the federal government that wrote the plan and provides the funding, tax incentives, and regulatory framework. All states in history have been ecocidal. They squeezed more and more out of their people and the land until they caused mass starvation or mass rebellion or both. In the past, these ecocides were regional. For the first time, we have a global state system capable of causing ecocide on a global scale. It's not just a climate crisis. Siloing it like some single issue is just another way for NGOs, governments, and media to control how we understand the problem. After all, how many of us have a way to measure atmospheric carbon lying around our house? Now, how many of us can notice changes in the weather, changes in the soil, changes in bird and plant populations around us? One more. How many of us are invited to these international conferences where they come up with the supposed solutions to the crisis? And on the flip side, how many of us have the ability to participate in movements against borders, for free healthcare and food autonomy, against prisons, for the commons? The NGO...
Hang on. We need to go back and look at that again. How many of us have the ability to participate in movements against borders, for free healthcare and food autonomy, against prison, and for the commons? What do all those things have to do with each other? Pop quiz for the chat. Hey, thanks Norman. Appreciate the super chat. What do all these things have in common? We are watching a documentary produced by communists called Revolution or Death. They're starting this documentary with a section on the environment and climate change. And now they're saying, this isn't just about the environment or climate change. This is about having a movement against borders, free healthcare, food autonomy, against prisons, and the commons. What do all those things have in common? These are all the oppressions of capitalism. The left believes that capitalism is the core problem of every single issue in society. So the reason the left is fighting with ICE all the time is because they believe that borders are a manifestation of capitalism. If capitalism is defined as private property ownership, what do you need to have private property? You need borders. Why does the left want open borders? Because the left believes that borders around your country, around your city, around your state, around your town, around your house, they believe borders are a manifestation of capitalism. We'll get the rest of those in a second. Shut the fuck up and take notes. Don't try to debunk and criticize them. It's distracting to us who have been here for months and years. Please just listen and you won't get correct commentary anywhere. See, Angel Eyes knows. Angel Eyes has been supporting my work for years, and she knows what happens when new people come to the channel and they don't shut the fuck up and listen. Now, new people are allowed to ask questions. Don't get it twisted. We love questions. But when you come in and you think that you know everything about everything, I promise you guys, if you are a new person and you think you know everything about everything, you are going to get the eyes rolling back in their heads of every single person that's been supporting my work for years, because we know how much you don't know. We know how much you guys don't know. Okay, we know. So back to this. So we've already talked about how borders are a manifestation of capitalism. Free healthcare is a manifestation of capitalism because they believe the insurance companies and private doctors only exist to create profit. They do not exist to actually serve people. And universal healthcare almost entirely comes from... Then get the fuck out, bro. I can't listen to leftist propaganda. It's so easily debunked. Then get the fuck out. That's all we do here is listen to leftists. Leftists came up with the idea of universal healthcare because they don't want people to have to get private insurance in order to get healthcare. Your eyes hurt already from rolling in the back of your head. I know, but it's okay. We've got new people. We got to bring them along. We got to teach the noobs. It's okay. It's okay. Suzanne, you were new once too, okay? You were new once too, and you had trouble with your memory, and we taught you as well. And there were many... Suzanne, do you remember all those times I yelled at you? I used to yell at you all the time when you were getting incorrect answers. And then you were like, Karlyn, my memory's not good. And I was like, oh, I kind of feel bad now for yelling at you, Suzanne. But you were new once too, and we taught you, all right? I'm here to learn, and I have plenty of bubble gum. Excellent, 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 excellent. Rachel Wilson can go fuck herself. That's why. Back to this. So we've done free healthcare, food autonomy. This is possibly the most terrifying part of all socialism. Socialists want to control the food supply. Socialists want you to get all your food from them. No private farms, no private supermarkets. Hey, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Let's see. Prisons. Prisons are an enforcement mechanism of capitalism. The left believes that the police are the enforcers of private property ownership. Therefore, prisons are abolishing all prisons is one of their main things. And the commons is, of course, the collective. So all of these things that they're talking about in this, they all relate back to capitalism in some way. Hope everyone understands that.
Supposed solutions to the crisis? And on the flip side, how many of us have the ability to participate in movements against borders, for free healthcare and food autonomy, against prisons, for the commons? The NGOs take in huge amounts of money, greenwash corporations and governments, and the methods they are promoting are a proven failure. Is it a coincidence that they help the media and the police to demonize us as terrorists, when we're the ones with the strongest, most realistic responses to this crisis? The NGOs are a lucrative scam, and part of the scam is silencing any realistic alternative.
That means Marxism. Marxism is the alternative.
This is an ecological crisis, intersectional, entangled, overlapping with every aspect of our lives.
Wait, did I miss that?
Most climate
Did I miss that? They just called NGOs a scam? Hang on, they just called NGOs a scam? I should rewind that and listen to that again. Sorry, guys, I missed that if they said that. Let's see.
the ability to participate in movements against borders, for free healthcare and food autonomy, against prisons, for the commons. The NGOs take in huge amounts of money, greenwash corporations and governments, and the methods they are promoting are a proven failure.
They did. They called NGOs a scam. Why is that important? Why is it important that we literally just heard communists calling NGOs a scam? Because that means these people are not funded by NGOs. I cannot emphasize this enough. The left does not get their funding from the places that most people think they get their funding. They do not get their funding from George Soros. They do not get their funding from Act Blue. They do not get their funding from the Democratic Party. They do not get their funding from USAID. And they just told you in their own propaganda, they believe that NGOs are a scam. They are not getting their funding from NGOs, guys. And they've already mentioned mutual aid in this documentary because mutual aid is how they get their funding. Hey, Brandon, thanks for the super chat. First time ever giving money to a stream. Keep up the great work. Can people please shut it? Time is money, and I'm trying to learn. I love the attitude, Brandon. Thank you so much for the money. Glad to pop your cherry on giving money to a stream.
Is it a coincidence that they help the media and the police to demonize us as terrorists when we're the ones with the strongest, most realistic responses to this crisis? The NGOs are a lucrative scam, and part of the scam is silencing any realistic alternative.
We'll do more on mutual aid. Don't worry. We will cover that.
This is an ecological crisis, intersectional, entangled, overlapping with every aspect of our lives. Most climate scientists now believe there's no way we're going to keep global warming between 1.5 degrees Celsius. And an increase of 1.5 C was already causing massive die-offs, extinctions, starvation, huge amounts of suffering. Realistically, we have to accept that it's going to be even worse. But now imagine, Imagine if everyone came together and helped out, like we did after Hurricane Katrina or the recent floods in the south of Brazil. What does that look like if there's no police in our way, no companies trying to profit off it all, no governments trying to keep their monopoly on power?
No police, no governments trying to profit off it all, no monopolies trying to keep their power.
The world is in upheaval. Huge parts of the planet are burning up, turning to desert, or flooded by hurricanes and rising sea levels. Humans and other species need to move in order to survive. Imagine that movement in a network of societies that support migration, that welcome refugees of any place of origin, any species, and help them make a home for themselves. Now imagine it with borders, policed by violent racists, marked by giant walls that block the natural rhythms of movement that have been occurring forever. Imagine relying on huge mega projects and high-tech solutions for your survival. Think about hydropower, the single largest source of green energy in the world. Already, electricity production from dams has started to drop.
Hang on. Someone's about to get yelled at in the chat, and it's you. I'm going to be really blunt. You have been running your mouth since this stream started, and everything you're saying are low IQ retard talking points. Every single thing you've said in the chat is wrong. Your job on this stream is to shut the fuck up and listen and please, like, this is retarded. This is actually retarded. Do you think socialists don't know they're getting their funding from the rich elites? They know exactly where their funding is coming from, bro. You are the one that doesn't know where their funding is coming from because you are not shutting the fuck up and listening. That is your job for the rest of the stream, is to go sit in the back of the class, keep your fucking mouth shut, listen to what's being said, go do my classes on Substack so that you have some foundation for this, because you've been listening to really retarded people. And that's not your fault, but I'm not going to keep seeing retarded bullshit in my chat. These are conservative bullshit talking points. This is not real. You need to unlearn all of this. We will help you unlearn it, but your job is to stop talking and start listening. Free healthcare, free... No, okay, there's no money in the socialist utopia. So no one's paying for nothing in the socialist utopia. They want to eliminate all money. So again, this is a conservative bullshit talking point because you guys don't understand. They want to eliminate all money. No money. How are you going to get them to work if they eliminate money? If you don't work, you don't eat. They control the food supply. Okay?
Drought causes rivers to dry up. And now wealthy companies are embarking on the largest mining.
Yeah, so we'll do some streams about mutual aid coming up. I have done streams about this, but we'll do some streams coming up. Mutual aid is essentially small donations of money or things that are usually made in cash. It's like voluntary donations. It's like charity. Most of the mutual aid organizations exist outside the system. They're not registered as like nonprofits or anything. These are small little organizations where people give money or they give stuff, they give supplies and things like that. And that is how they're funded. So there's no big funding for Antifa. And guys, I have former Antifa members that are in my audience. They will confirm this. Antifa does not have a lot of money. Antifa and most people on the left are winning because they put in the time and they put in the energy, but they're not spending a lot of money on the things that they're doing. If you think they're spending a lot of money on things that they're doing, you need to stop listening to whoever told you that. So it's like super chats. Yeah, exactly. Mutual aid is like super chats. It's like, you guys are giving me money because I'm doing something you like. That's it. Great way to think about it. But we will do streams on it this week. There are whole socialist presentations. There's one person in particular. We'll listen to some Dean Spade this week. We'll listen to Dean Spade talk about mutual aid so you guys can learn some stuff about it.
Expansion in human history, poisonous mines for cadmium, lithium, cobalt, copper, nickel, mostly on colonized land in Bolivia, Chile, Central Africa, Konaki, to get the raw materials for this explosion in green energy and electric vehicles. Think of the huge swaths of land stolen and covered with solar farms or wind farms. Not for you, not for me, but to feed this economy, this world-devouring system we're forced to live in. Think about the monocrop system of industrial agriculture that has already started to fail across the world. This system replaces far more intelligent, sustainable indigenous food systems that actually enrich the local ecosystem. Industrial agriculture is based on sucking the earth dry and leaving it barren. It's based on petrochemicals for fertilizer, and it's based on fossil fuels for all the heavy machinery. We are going to face hunger.
We are going to face hunger because we have socialism. We're all going to starve because they're going to be in charge of the food supply. Thanks for the super chats, guys. Stella says, is anarcho-communism scarier than traditional Marxism? I mean, they're all terrifying, Stella, if I'm being honest about it. They're all terrifying for different reasons, though. Anarcho-communism probably has the least structure. Anarcho-communism is probably the most dystopian of the ideologies. So yeah, if I had to rank the ideologies that I would be, like, Marxist-Leninism is probably the nicest form of socialism and communism. Stalinism would suck. Anarcho-communism would also suck. They would all suck, don't get it twisted, but like, yeah, so that's actually a good point. Anarcho-communism would be real, real bad. And we would all starve and die. Do I know or have said how they would control the food supply? Well, Reagan, there would be no, and it's good to see you, by the way, Reagan. I haven't seen you in a while. There would be no private farms. So in socialism or communism, there's no private property ownership. That means there's no private farms. There's no private land. There's no private houses. There's no private farms. The farms are owned by the collective. Therefore, the collective controls the food supply, and there would probably be some sort of committee or something that would decide how to distribute the food and what the rations are and things like that. But there's no private farming in socialism.
If we aren't already. This is a legitimate question of self-defense because all of us are in danger. Everyone's survival is at stake. The apocalypse isn't 20 years off or 10 years off or 5 years off. It's already here. For some people, it started 500 years ago. Already, millions of people are dying every year because of this crisis. Countless species and habitats are disappearing forever. No matter what we do, this catastrophe will be a central feature of life for the next 7 generations of humanity at least. But if we don't destroy the sources of this problem and shift towards societies of survival, societies of healing, it will be much, much worse. So what can we do? What strategies, what models are actually realistic?
All right. Well, that's the end of part 1. That was slightly terrifying. So we know that they believe that climate change is literally going to kill us. We know that they believe that capitalism caused climate change. We know they believe that that we cannot get rid of climate change or fix climate change without getting rid of capitalism. We know they also want to fight for open borders, free healthcare, controlling the food supply collectively, abolishing the police, abolishing prisons, all at the same time. Everyone feel good? Everyone feel good? We know they want to get rid of private farms because they want to control the food supply. Everyone feeling good about our future socialist utopia? Everyone feeling good about this? Thanks, Todd. How do they imagine the collective is going to control resources? Is everyone just going to play nice? Well, Todd, if you don't do what they want you to do, you don't eat. If you don't go along with it, bro, you don't eat. You have nowhere to live because they control where you live. You may not have heat in the winter. You may not be able to have the gasoline or the energy to travel. They control the resources, and they are doing that because they need to coerce the population in order to go along with it. So if you want to starve, being a counter-revolutionary is a really good way to go about it because they will literally starve you. Okay. Let's get into the second part. Let's start part 2. Let's see how terrifying this little ride gets. Everyone, please make sure you mount the like button for me if you have not already. And we are starting part 2 of It's Revolution or Death. And we're going to see what they have to say.
Investment in industrial scale green energy, United Nations conferences and political promises, carbon capture technologies are only making the problem worse. The only thing these remedies are good for is increasing the power of oppressive states, protecting those.
Hang on, we got a super chat. Thank you guys so much for the super chats. I really do appreciate it. Got 2 more super chats. Sorry about that. I want to hear your take on alternative national parks groups, socialist collectivists inside undermining the government. They're scary. I don't know that much about that. I don't know that much about alternate national parks, but that's certainly something I can look into. So I don't have a take at all, but it doesn't surprise me at all that they've done that, to be honest. Todd says, how about I and my associates just take what we want from them? Go ahead and give that a try, Todd. Go ahead and give that a try, and then they will take away your food and they will take away your ability to eat, and eventually they're going to put you in some sort of gulag. So you go ahead and try. I don't see these people having the ability to accomplish any of this. Well, then there's nothing to worry about, is there? If you don't think they can accomplish any of this, then there's nothing to worry about. But I think you're being a little unrealistic considering you guys have not done anything to actually fight back against the left for decades and decades and decades. And Todd, when are you going to start fighting back against the left? Can I just be brass tacks? You're talking big in my super chats and you're giving me money, so I'm being very nice to you. But if you weren't giving me money, what I would say is, when the fuck are you going to start fighting back against these people? And why am I putting myself in danger going undercover with Antifa? You go undercover with Antifa. You do something to fight back now, because I don't believe, I'm going to be real honest, I don't believe that people like you are going to do shit. I don't believe you're going to do shit, because I've been doing this with the left for years now, and every single time a conservative comes and talks a big game and said, they're not going to get away with this, you guys don't do shit. You guys don't even leave your house for anything other than a Trump rally. So if you want me to believe that you're going to fight back against the left when they're telling you you're not going to eat unless you do what they want you to do, then go do it now. What are you waiting for? Go fucking do it now. Don't get violent. I'm not saying that in any way, and I want to be real clear about that. But you guys, everyone needs to start fighting back against this now instead of talking a big game in the super chats. Is Just Stop Oil a communist movement? Yes. Yep, they are. I saw them in New York City, actually, over the weekend. They absolutely are. 100%. Hey, thanks, No Mayo, for the super sticker. I appreciate it. North Star Esoteric, looking to start the American National Socialist Movement. Do I need to drop socialism from the... North Star Esoteric, I'm not going to comment on that. You do that. You do whatever you want. But I don't think associating with and I understand what you're saying. You know I understand what you're saying, and you know I understand the difference. Maybe think about rebranding is all I'm saying. But I'm not going to comment on that. I'm not going to get myself in trouble. Really, how do they think they'll take over? Oh my God. Bro, you need to sit back and listen and learn. You are talking big. Again, I appreciate the money, so I'm being nicer to you than I otherwise would be. I'm wondering how they think they'll get there. They're going to get there by violently overthrowing the federal government. They want to violently overthrow the federal government. They're already in the military, bro. They're already in the government. We know that. We know they're in the government. We know they're in the military. We know they're in the military academies. They want to get there by violently overthrowing the government. I am not mincing words. So if you want to do something to fight back against them, you better start now. Let me see. One more super chat. All your points seem to be proven with what is happening in France. Yeah, France is a good early indicator of this stuff for sure. For sure. Well, I can't fix that right now, and it's a temporary microphone, and you're just going to have to fucking deal with it. Oh my God.
Responsible for threatening the survival of everyone on the planet, and making huge profits for investors. They teach us to ignore the real roots and the history of the problem. They teach us not to see how all these problems, borders, starvation, hurricanes, genocide, pollution, depression, police murders, racism, wildfires, surveillance, desertification, refugee camps, deforestation, are integrally connected. Why do people keep supporting these poisonous reforms? It's easy to. When you believe that the only alternative is far-right climate denialism and the undisputed dominance of big oil.
Did you hear that? When you believe the only solution is far-right climate denialism and the support of big oil or whatever, listen.
It's easy to. When you believe that the only alternative is far-right climate denialism and the undisputed dominance of big oil. But we want to let you in on a little secret. Realistic methods that get to the root of the problem are being put into practice all over the world. And they work.
Like
the
what?
revolution has already started.
Oh, the revolution started. Great. The revolution has already started. Just, oh God. You really have to do this to me, huh? Did Antifa start as a Jewish movement against the German National Socialists? Yes. Can we please not talk about the Jews right now? Can we please not? I'm on YouTube, bro. I appreciate the super chat. I am on YouTube. All right. Can we just not? Thank you for the money, though. Dun, dun, dun.
Hi, my name's Plato, Molly Wickham of the Get 'em Den clan.
Hang on. Oh, there's a commune. We're going to get to see a commune, guys. Look at this. They're targeting the youth. True. If they get the youth to fight for them, for the older population doesn't stand a chance. Yeah, that's actually really true. This is a long-term game. And this is actually a great point, MetaGuide. The left plays the long-term game, not the short-term game. The right plays the short-term game. The left plays the long-term game. This is part of why we need to understand their strategy, because they're not looking at the midterms. The left doesn't care about the midterms. The left, the real far left doesn't care about elections. They don't vote in elections. We're not talking about Democrats and liberals here, guys. We're talking about communists. Communists don't actually vote. They're not looking to the midterms. They're looking 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 50 years from now. That's what the long march through the institution was. The right is looking at what is going to be in the news cycle next week. The right does not have a 10-year plan. They have no fucking clue where they're going to be in 10 years. That's why we need to start being more strategic and playing the long game. And we need to stop just implementing and doing stuff just for the sake of doing it. We need to actually learn about our enemies so we can be highly strategic. Scott, thank you. For food, do they want to wind us back to subsistence farming for all, or they prefer hunter-gathering? Well, there are going to be farms, but the farms are going to be controlled by the collective. The farms are going to be controlled by whatever council they have in place. And there are different governance models that I've heard them talk about for this stuff. But you can hunt, I guess, on your own. You could create a garden on your own in whatever plot they give you. But the farms are going to exist, but they're going to be controlled by the collective, and the collective is going to control the main food supply. Hope that helps. Let's see. How do you think the current swing back to the political right will affect their progress? There is no swing back to the political right. This is, again, you are buying into a conservative bullshit narrative. You are thinking about this in terms of elections. The left doesn't think about this in terms of elections. The left doesn't gain their power from elections. The left doesn't even vote, bro. The left wants to abolish the entire electoral system. The left gets their power from institutional power, not from political power, from institutional power. The right thinks that power only comes from elections. The left knows that elections are bullshit and kind of temporary. It is very easy to lose political power. So the left gets their power through institutional power. So there is no swing back. There is no swing back. The left is winning. The left is winning massively. The left is decades ahead of you. And just because you have the presidency and the government right now doesn't actually mean anything, because quite frankly, leftist protests against ICE are preventing Trump from deporting people. So I think you need to adjust your thinking. Listen, I know you're new. I don't mean to be hard on you, Todd. You're giving me money tonight. I do appreciate that. I think you're very new, and I think that you need to spend some time learning about how the left actually operates if you want to be like a resource in solving this problem. So I'm not trying to bully you or be mean or anything. Let's see. Infiltration for 100 years in academia, military, education, healthcare, sciences, everything. Now in tech, defense industry, Israel is the back door. Yeah, you're right about that. That's a great super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you, Norman. I appreciate you. Why do they hate Christians and support Obama? They don't hate Christians. They don't. I watched them talk about this. They're Christian socialists, guys. Socialists don't actually care if you're Christian or not. They think that religion in general and Christianity specifically is a way to cope with capitalism. And they think that religion will just naturally die off once they eliminate capitalism because people won't need religion to cope with it. They also don't care about Muslims. The right cares far more about Muslims than the left does. The reason that the left supports Palestine is because they are the oppressed proletariat who had their land stolen. Has nothing to do with Islam, has nothing to do with Muslims. We'll watch that religion presentation again because we watched it a while ago, but I actually do have socialists on video talking about religion explicitly and how about they don't hate it and they don't actually care if people practice it. They just think religion is going to die out because people won't need it to cope with capitalism anymore. They're in all the schools. All they have to do is wait until we are out of the majority. Yeah. Or until they are the majority. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Are these people even left? Yes, they are on the left. Yes, they are on the left. Yes, they are on the left. This is the left. This is the far, far, far left. They are not on the right. They are on the left. Thanks for the super chat. This is a social war. True. That would make a good t-shirt as well. Maybe I'll do that t-shirt. Thanks for all the super chat, guys. I really do appreciate it. Got Dragon Balls. The left plots, the right reacts. Whack-a-mole is a losing strategy and distracts from the root problem. So true, Dragon Balls. So true. So true. We've got Tiffanel in with the $5 Rumble rant. Thank you, Tiffanel. I've seen you on Twitter as well, bro. I appreciate you. Karlyn, these idiots think we won a single battle and that we won the war. They've been losing and are still losing. They have infiltrated a huge swath of America. We are losing. Just take a look at the schools. Yeah, that's exactly right. Todd, the solution is you need to learn what the left actually is. You need to learn about your enemy. If you are unwilling to sit here and to listen and to learn, then there is nothing that you can do that's going to work. You need to learn your enemy. You need to learn the language. You need to unlearn every conservative bullshit talking point that you've ever learned. You need to go back and start at the beginning and learn who you're actually fighting. And until you do that, there is nothing I can tell you to do that you're going to be able to implement correctly. Maria, thank you. I think a lot of new people are in the denial stage of grief. This is a good point. Okay, we need to get back into watching the movie, but I do want to say this. When people first encounter my content and you start learning about the real far left and you start actually seeing it for yourself, you are going to go through the 5 stages of grief. You're going to go through a process where you have cognitive dissonance. You're going to be in denial. You're going to do bartering. You're going to get angry at some point. You're going to get really angry. And when you get angry, direct that at the conservative influencers who have lied to you. And then at some point, you are going to reach a stage of acceptance that all of this is real and that you were lied to for a long time and it sucks, but then we need to do something about it, okay? So if you're going through the stages of grief, you are exactly where every single person who has ever encountered my content is. This is just a part of the process. Everyone has been through this. We will help you through it. I experienced this live on the internet, okay? We have all been there. We will help you out, okay? Testing super chats, 5 minutes of work, please. Okay. I would like to watch the video myself, but I'm not going to turn down the money. I love the money. Okay. Well, you need to get out of your, I'm going to say this to you in good faith. You need to get out of your feelings and you need to listen and you need to learn. And so that's all I can tell you, Todd. I appreciate the money. I really, really do. You've been very generous tonight, but you need to listen and learn about your enemy because right now you don't understand what you're fighting. That's not your fault. But now that you know, it's your responsibility to sit back and learn, okay? Do you think any university would hire you? Do I want to go to... Listen, bro, I worked in higher education for 10 years. I've worked for universities. I worked for Dartmouth. I worked for Harvard. I worked for Southern New Hampshire University. I worked for Norwich University. I did consulting for universities. I worked for consulting houses that served universities. I've worked with universities. The question is, do I want to go back in higher education? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It would have to be a really, it would have to be a very specific thing for me to even be interested in it because I've been in higher education. And it damn near killed me and drove me insane. But I got a free master's degree out of it, so that was pretty cool. All right. Well, thank you, Todd. I appreciate it. Hey, thank you for the $20 super sticker. I appreciate it. Guys, we met our super chat goal. Look at that. Everyone's so generous tonight. I really appreciate everyone super chatting in, supporting the channel, supporting the work I'm doing. Now, don't think that you can't send me money just because we met our super chat goal. You can still totally send me money. But we met our super chat goal, and I'm really happy about that. That's awesome. That's awesome. All right. Let's watch the video, okay? Let's watch a little bit of the video, and let's talk about the video.
Which is one of the clans of the Wet'suwet'en Nation that has been resisting multiple pipeline projects over the last decade in our territory in so-called Canada. We have most recently been...
As soon as I'm like, guys, let's watch the video, I get more super chats. Hey, I'm not going to argue. You guys want to send me money, I will stop the video and respond. I don't care. How do you personally counter this decentralized virus-like enemy, their influence and so on? Okay, I cannot emphasize this enough. You guys have got to learn how to speak their language. I'm trying to tell you that I need you to sit down and learn. That's how you counter the enemy. If you do not know how to speak their language, there is nothing you can do. I promise you. If you don't know how to speak their language, there is no tactic that you can implement. But when you learn how to speak their language, you learn how they think, you learn how they strategize, you learn how to get around them, you learn how to head them off at the pass, you learn how to undermine what they're doing, you learn how to do all this stuff, but you have got to learn your enemy. And if you're not willing to learn your enemy, there is no tactic I can give you that will ever be good enough. Donnie's getting pissed off. What part of the left are literally killing us? Don't conservatives understand? Real. 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 Real.
Resisting the Coastal GasLink pipeline, which spans over 600 kilometers from northeastern British Columbia to the coast to the LNG Canada project, which would export fracked gas over to Asian markets. The struggle against Coastal GasLink has been largely surrounding the importance of Wet'suwet'en, the main salmon-bearing river that our nation and many other nations rely on. Salmon is a staple food to the Wet'suwet'en and to many Indigenous nations in our area. It's also one of the last clean drinking water sources in our territory. All of the communities out on our Yinta rely on that water. So it's a really sacred responsibility that we have as Cassia and Wet'suwet'en people for not only the future of all of our generations, but also the...
My husband is Ukrainian, asshole. I am European, okay? I'm very European. I'm very white. My husband is Ukrainian. Jeez. Always got to be starting drama.
Nations downriver from us. The KIRG is the Community Industry Response Group, a specialized unit of police that specifically deals with protecting industrial projects for private industry.
We've been through this every day, every week. Right? Yeah. So I'm getting paid for it.
And so this is fully funded by the province and Canada to repress Indigenous people. These units are highly specialized and trained, and they've also used different tactics that they've learned in previous wars around the world to repress any sort of uprisings.
A breakthrough today in those tense talks in BC to settle that pipeline protest and rail blockades across Canada. There's word a proposed arrangement on land rights and title has been reached between Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs and the federal government.
Yeah, so if you've heard this bullshit smear campaign that I'm married to a pedophile, that is completely false. My husband has never had any sort of thing like that. Okay, here's what it is. I'm just going to say it because, listen, because I was on Fox News, this debunk smear campaign is rearing its ugly head. What it is 20 years ago in college, I dated someone in college who later went to prison. He went to prison for something I know he didn't do because he got roped into something with his childhood best friend where his childhood best friend was fucking around with things he shouldn't have been fucking around with. And my friend processed credit cards for a website that he didn't even know what the content was on the website for because he wrote a credit card processing program for the web before PayPal. So essentially what happened was he got roped into this whole thing. It was a big national news story. It was total bullshit. My friend had to plead guilty because he was railroaded by the government to something he absolutely and totally did not do. I know he didn't do it. I stood by him. Everyone in our lives knew he didn't do it. Even the government knew he didn't do it. Everyone knew he didn't do it, but they railroaded him because it was a big national news story that was in the New York Times and all this bullshit. And he went to jail for a really long time for something he didn't do. I stood by him because I will not stab my friend in the back. I will not betray my friend. He got out of prison a long time ago. And then when I had actually a Jewish faggot named Mike Harlow, and I'll say that he is a Jewish faggot because every smear campaign on the internet that is affecting me, it starts with a Jew. Everyone, not all Jews, obviously. We love bagels and stuff like that. But Mike Harlow is a Jewish homosexual who got really pissed off at me because my platform grew when his didn't. When that happened, he doxed my friend. And he dragged him through the mud in order to get to me. This smear campaign is now making its rounds around the internet. And the story that they like to sell is I'm married to a pedophile, which is not real because I'm married to a completely different person. So that's it. That's it. It's a bullshit Jewish smear campaign. And that's all it is. And so I really hope that with that out of the way, we can, and I've debunked this on multiple occasions, guys. I've debunked many streams about this, but just because this might be something that people see floating around the internet, I'll speak to it. You can go back and watch videos I've done about this. I've explained the whole thing and all that. I'm not going to get into it today, but Mike Harlow can go fuck himself. I am not married to anyone that's ever done anything like this. I'm married to a completely different fucking person. And this is what happens when you piss off low IQ, retarded Jewish faggots on the internet, is they dox your college boyfriend, drag him through the mud, and just to get to me because he's jealous that my platform grew when his didn't. That's the story. That's it. Okay, guys, I do love the super chats, but I really want to watch the movie. The right is the ultimate weakness in all power. Communists and capitalists alike. Power, very nature, makes you weaken your own power. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
The injunctions must be obeyed. The barricades must come down.
After Shutdown Canada, which was a coordinated effort all across so-called Canada by Indigenous nations and other allies and accomplices, the state brought forward an MOU to sign with the Wet'suwet'en, but it was really a tactic to try to remove the blockades, to try to get everybody to stand down, to try to encourage and divide Wet'suwet'en people and to negotiate.
I apologize. I didn't see this. To everyone who is new to Karlyn's work, she has a couple of great videos on this, how to learn on the Substack under How to Speak Socialist. Yes, I do, Tolkien fan. Go to the Substack, go to the How to Speak Socialist section at the top, and you'll find things pinned to the very top that will give you a good primer.
Some of these projects and some of these issues where we've been standing firm for thousands of years, and in the past decade specifically, with multiple pipelines, some of which have come and gone and have never been built. Coastal GasLink is the first project that actually had so-called success, even though the amount of money that they had to put in was, over double what they had anticipated. Currently, Coastal GasLink is trying to double the capacity of the pipeline. And so we always knew that if one pipeline was to get through, then many more would follow. At one point, there were over a dozen that were proposed in the north, in the area that we live in. And so we know that we have to set the precedent. We have to fight as hard as we can in order to show the government and show the world that these are the things that are worth fighting for.
The BC government, federal government, there will be no trucks on my territory. You will not destroy our rivers or creeks, because I don't stand on Crown land. I stand on our land. And by God, I will defend it.
The Gitxsan and the Wet'suwet'en have been ancient allies for thousands of years. They supported us in our struggle, and now they're facing the PRGT pipeline, which is owned by TC Energy, the same company that owns Coastal GasLink. And so we see what is coming. We've seen the state repression, we've seen the fallout of that and the impacts of that, the trauma, the criminalization. And so we're able to take those lessons and to share them. And I think that it's really important that we stand together and that we continue to fight as hard as we can so that this does not become the norm. We have to take a stand and say that we're not going to allow for these kinds of things to happen. We know what the consequences will be. Our ancestors have told us stories about what is to come in the future. And so we know that we have the responsibility to stop dead in its tracks the route that we're on towards the destruction of our entire planet.
I'm Isa, and I'm speaking to you from the ZAD of Notre-Dame-des-Landes in the west of France, where I've been living since 2016. It's a large territory. It's 4,000 acres of wetland and farmland that could have been destroyed. Started to flourish.
De son côté, la préfecture assure que le projet suit son cours, encadré par les forces de l'ordre nécessaires, sans préciser le nombre.
Les pressions policières feront pas céder la résistance.
Il faudra qu'ils viennent nous virer, mais bon, on se laissera pas faire. On se laissera pas faire, on n'est pas prêt de partir.
Obviously, this kind of occupation was not seen very positively.
So that guy just said in French that they'll have to come here and evict us. We won't let them. The left doesn't believe in landlords. The left doesn't believe in private property ownership. The left doesn't believe in landlords. The left basically think landlords are the devil. Squatters' rights came about because of socialist activism. Squatters' rights only exist to undermine private property ownership because of socialist activism. So when they say they can't evict us, they can't take our home away, that's socialism. They can evict you. You're a renter. Like, no offense, but you don't own the house. But socialists do not distinguish between. Socialists don't understand that when you own a house, you have to pay for like the upkeep of the house, and you have to pay the taxes on the house and the water bills on the house and all that stuff. They think if you live in the house, then it should be your property. Well, no, that's not actually the way it works, but.
Il faudra qu'ils viennent nous virer, mais bon, on se laissera pas faire. Hein. On se laissera pas faire, on n'est pas prêt de partir. Hein.
Obviously, this kind of occupation was not seen very positively by the authorities, and in 2012 there was a military operation called Operation Caesar that came to try and evict the squatters. After 40,000 people rebuilt a hamlet in one weekend, and after the cops tried again to destroy that hamlet, the conflict really peaked, because when 40,000 people turn up to build something, they're not going to let it be destroyed without fighting. And the resistance was so fierce, the cops withdrew for more than 6 years. And so it really became a laboratory where people could really see what it's
Okay, but we're not arguing about that right now. Thank you.
like to live together and build the commons without cops, without planning permission, and with all the difficulties that it brings about to try to do this. In 2016, all the legal procedures that were still fighting the project got to term, and they all were lost. The struggle has actually lost 178 legal procedures, still won the war. And so in 2016, 40,000 people came and brought a walk.
Hang on, I want to rewind that real quick. Zone anarchist. I wish I still read French. Zone anarchiste décomplexe. I can't. I used to be able to read French. I can't read French anymore.
Where people could really see what it's like to live together and build the commons without cops, without planning permission, and with all the difficulties that it brings about to try to do this. In 2016, all the legal procedures that were still fighting the project got to term, and they all were lost. The struggle has actually lost 178 legal procedures, still won the war. And so in 2016, 40,000 people came and brought a walking stick and planted it in the land of Notre-Dame-des-Landes, making a pledge that it would come back to pick up that stick if the authorities came back to build the airport. And so this kind of incredible mobilization led to January 2018.
So this is like eco-fascism. This is like direct action, directly targeted, like in the environmental justice movement, to prevent the evil capitalists from destroying things.
Where the government announced that the airport would not be built because it was not possible, and announced in the same breath that those who were here illegally, i.e. all those who had come on the invitation of local people, would have to leave or be evicted. And so there was another wave of very violent evictions in April 2018. We were kind of forced into legalization, which created very, very intense debate and conflicts. A lot of people left the ZAD at that point. But today, about 180 people are still living here.
What does that say? The experience at Notre-Dame-des-Landes has led to over a dozen other land occupations across France and in neighboring countries, stopping mines and other ecocidal projects. So listen, so what they're doing, this is kind of like Occupy Wall Street, except they're occupying the land. Do you guys see the correlation between Occupy Wall Street, which was a far left socialist movement, and occupying the land, which is what they're doing here? we're going to start seeing more of this stuff. So I want to make sure people understand what this looks like, because they're going to start doing more of this shit. Some of the other ZAD have also been able to resist the state strategy of forced legalization and to organize without hidden vanguards. Vanguard is a reference to like a party, like a socialist party. Yeah, they're squatting, basically. Exactly.
Olá, eu sou Neto Unire Sankara, militante da MST, agricultor.
Yes, like the
No
Chad.
lançamento popular,
Exactly.
Claudemir Dias Lima, na cidade de Itaúna. Essa fazenda a gente ocupou em 2007. Ficou abandonada por período de 10 anos.
I'm not going to lie. I could really go for there being another Chaz. I would love for there to be another occupied, like, autonomous zone in America. I would totally go. One of my biggest regrets is that I didn't visit the Chaz when it was going on. I wish I had, but I wasn't really into socialism then. But I could really go for another Chaz. I think that would be a really interesting thing. They said white people don't have kids to save the environment. That's not what they meant. It's not about skin color. Don't do this. Don't. Not what they meant.
A gente fazia ocupação.
Okay, this says the Claudemiro de Lima settlement, like most MST occupations, is part of the Tia de Provost Web of the Peoples, a network of the indigenous communities that I cannot pronounce, the landless, the homeless, and small farmers fighting for food sovereignty and popular autonomy. So this goes back to the left believes that the indigenous people are the original caretakers of the land. They don't think the land was owned prior to like colonization, prior to like and this is in Canada, but prior to like the Pilgrims showing up and like the settlers showing up at Jonestown, they don't believe the land was owned in the United States. They believe it was under the collective caretakership of the indigenous people. And that's what they do land blessings for. Land blessings are a way of mourning the land that has been stolen from the indigenous people. And when they're occupying the land, this is why they rename it, because they say that they are taking back the theft of the land from the indigenous. That's what decolonization means.
Nosso trabalho hoje, focado em florestar mais de contas, em combater o uso de venenos sintéticos, produzir florestas, vai nos ajudar a mitigar, ainda que localmente, os efeitos da mudança climática. Hoje, a luta prioritária, mais imediata, é fazer a luta por terra se tornar
struggle
a luta
for
pela
the
terra.
land, the struggle for earth.
A luta pela terra é a luta que vai garantir as condições de vida do planeta nesse período, ter condição de produzir alimentos saudáveis, alimentar a cidade, garantir soberania alimentar, ao passo que também constrói a mata nativa que foi depredada. E tudo isso tendo como horizonte o bem comum. E que assim a gente possa sonhar com o futuro. Ainda mais nesse cenário hoje de catástrofe ambiental, que produzir está ficando cada vez mais difícil, a mudança climática vai matar pela fome muitas famílias na cidade. Aí precisa partir.
See, what did he just say? It might be hard to read, but he literally just said, climate change will starve to death. Again, emphasizing that socialist communists believe that climate change is literally going to kill everyone. They believe all their friends, all their loved ones, all their families are literally going to die because of climate change. And because they actually believe that they are literally going to die because of this, they will do anything, guys. They will sacrifice their life. They will sacrifice their body. They will do anything to do what they believe is required to solve climate change, which they believe requires the necessity of like overthrowing capitalism. No. These people are not in the Sierra Club. No. This is way further left than the Sierra Club, but I appreciate the super chat. It's the Anarchy Alliance, vegans, eco-terrorists, indigenous, anti-state, all anti-capitalist. Thank you.
pela fome muitas famílias na cidade. A gente precisa partir para o chão aonde a gente pisa e para uma realidade que a gente reconhece. Só assim é possível intervir. Eu, enquanto um homem preto que mora no campo e luta por terra, não tenho condições de propor soluções para a luta na cidade. O que eu posso fazer é propor a tal experiência a partir do que eu faço. Mas só a cidade tem a capacidade de compreender se aquilo, de fato, é válido ali. A luta universitária, por exemplo, ela é necessária para todo o conjunto da sociedade. Tanto quem precisa de um espaço para morar, quanto quem está na cidade e precisa comprar comida. Sem a reforma agrária, sem esse processo de divisão da terra para produzir comida, essa comida ela vira uma mercadoria.
Oh!
E o preço dessa mercadoria...
He's talking about controlling the food supply, guys. He's talking about taking control of the food supply. I know he's speaking in a foreign language, and it sucks when they do this, and we have to read subtitles, and that fucking sucks, and everyone should just speak English, but he's literally talking about why they want to take control of the food supply. So let me just play this again.
Sem a reforma agrária...
Without land reform...
Sem esse...
Without the process of redistributing the land to grow food, they're talking about occupying the land and redistributing it to grow food.
Processo de divisão da terra para produzir comida, essa comida...
That food becomes a commodity. They're saying that if we don't take control of the land and redistribute it to the collective to grow our food, then the food becomes a commodity. The food becomes a for-profit entity, and profit, they believe, is what is literally killing them. So therefore, they need to seize the land and grow the food. Come on, Trendeland, come on! I sent Andrew Wilson a super chat, and although he usually responds to my chats, he ignored my chat, instructing him to tell his wife to apologize. Can everyone go send Andrew Wilson a super chat telling him to tell his wife to apologize to me? Please, okay, maybe not everyone. Maybe can everyone, but can if you feel so inclined, can people go send Andrew Wilson a super chat right now telling him to tell his wife to apologize? That would be the funniest shit. I know we're talking about a serious topic like, you know, starvation and stuff like that, but can you guys please troll Andrew Wilson for me? This stream has been a little bit stressful. Can you guys please all, yeah. So can someone tell him, Karlyn said that Rachel needs to simmer the fuck down. Andrew needs to take control of that situation. Anyway.
Ela vira uma mercadoria. E o preço dessa mercadoria vai ser dado pelo mercado. Porém, não há vontade do Estado de fazer isso, porque o Estado é o nosso maior inimigo. Ele é um aparato que representa os interesses dessa burguesia agrária.
Oh! He just used the term bourgeois. Did you guys see that? Hang on. However, the state doesn't want this to happen, the redistribution of the land to control the food supply.
O Estado é...
Because the state... Capitalism, the state and capitalism are synonymous. The state is our greatest enemy.
O nosso maior inimigo. Ele é um aparato.
It is an apparatus
que representa os interesses
that represents the interests of the agrarian bourgeoisie. Bourgeoisie means capitalist. It means oppressor. The bourgeoisie versus the proletariat. The state, because they control the land, because the state controls the food supply is what they're saying. The state is our greatest enemy. The bourgeoisie is our greatest enemy. We need to take back the land from the bourgeoisie and redistribute it so that we can be in charge of the food supply.
Essa burguesia agrária, garantindo o direito de usar a terra como mercadoria e não produzir comida. O motivo para justificar a ocupação
the rationale for occupation of the land
além de produzir
goes
comida,
beyond producing food.
barrar a destruição das condições de vida no planeta.
The occupation of the land goes beyond producing food, but to block the destruction of conditions for life on this planet. They are occupying the land because we are all going to die if they don't overthrow the bourgeoisie capitalists that own the land.
É inocência você achar que no seu território, o seu paraíso particular tem a capacidade de garantir todo um processo mais amplo. A gente precisa contribuir nesse processo sendo inspiração. Apesar da desgraça que não certa, é possível ainda ter esperança porque tem gente fazendo. Não ceder à tentativa de dizer, bem, eu posso viver bem no meu paraíso enquanto o mundo está se acabando. Seria muito confortável viver no paraíso enquanto o mundo está se destruindo. Mas, uma vez que o mundo está indo embora, não vai ter paraíso no dia seguinte. Mas se a gente conseguir juntar mais territórios, se conseguir inspirar a juventude, se a gente conseguir tomar terra, fazer a luta por terra, mobilizar mais gente, aí sim. Aí é possível reivindicar uma posição de, ó, nós estamos fazendo algo capaz de pensar a possibilidade de um futuro soberano, de um futuro onde a vida é o patrimônio mais importante e ela é zelada enquanto um bem comum.
I think that it's really important to set precedents, not only as Indigenous people, but as communities that are fighting the climate crisis and who are fighting to protect critical ecosystems and water systems.
There is the need to defend life, to not let these ecocidal infrastructure projects take root.
You know, this isn't just an Indigenous issue. Everybody is affected by it. Everybody has a responsibility for their own lives, the lives of all of their future generations, to put an end to, you know, this path that we're on to climate devastation.
Nosso tempo, ele traz um desafio importante, que é, admitindo a urgência de fazer as coisas, compreender que é um processo que ele é lento. A gente vive num tempo de informação rápida, a informação que circula com muita velocidade, mas sem profundidade. A tela do celular é uma fração da realidade e ela é muito rasa.
We need to act collectively, not only as Indigenous people,
Collectively,
but as humanity, as
collectively.
life on Earth.
To really build what we call here a composition, i.e., how do you actually try to fight together without expecting, without demanding the other to become like you?
We need to show them that we are all going to work together for our shared goals and our shared vision. And basically, we're going to fight for our lives because that's what we're doing. And so I think that it's really important to have a diversity of tactics, to understand really clearly what the state repression is going to be like and to expect it, and to have long-term goals.
Pé de pau-brasil bonito, ele tem
Hang on. All they talk about is struggle, but never the answers. They're telling you what the answers is. The struggle is the revolution. The struggle is the fight to overthrow the government. The struggle is the fight to overthrow capitalism, to liberate. Struggle means to fight to liberate oneself from capitalism. That is the answer. You just don't know their language yet. They're in a perpetual war, a perpetual revolution. This is why they have the fists. The struggle, the revolution to overthrow capitalism. That is what their answer is.
20 anos de idade. Me parece que atualmente as pessoas perderam essa noção do tempo e perdeu também a compreensão de que
the answer after that is communism. Communism. These are communists. What do you want? They want to overthrow capitalism and instill communism.
E ter as conquistas de poder usufruir disso requer trabalho, requer esforço, requer disciplina, requer comprometimento.
This is a generational fight. So we need to start being more strategic around how we're going to be preventative, how we're going to occupy territories, how we're going to protect certain tracts of land and water, and how we're going to act for a collective vision of what we want this world to look like.
Bro, stop fucking trying to debunk them. Do you think they care about your consent? If you don't go along with them, you don't eat. I don't know how many times I have to say this in this stream. Do you know how they get you to go along with it? They control the food supply. If you don't go along with it, you don't eat. You don't get housing. You might get thrown into a fucking gulag where you're also not going to eat because they want to repurpose the prisons and make them into gulags. They get your consent because they don't give you food if you don't go along with it, and there are no more private stores, and there is no way for you to get food unless you grow it your damn self or go out into the woods and kill it. You have to go through them to get to the food. So if you don't go along with it, you don't fucking eat. That's how they get consent. I know people are new, but like the hard-headedness sometimes, man. Andre, thank you for the super chat. So some of them are willing to do suicidal empathy for their socialism, communism, cause, revolution, because of what they believe in. Yes. They are willing to die for this, guys. This is what I'm telling you. They literally believe that capitalism is going to kill them. They believe that capitalism is going to kill their friends and family. That's what this entire documentary is about. And the next part is going to get more explicit about this. They are trying to overthrow capitalism because they literally believe that they're going to die if they don't. So yes, they're willing to die to do it. The next part gets more explicit about this, so hang out.
E para quem vai construir os processos de luta na cidade ou no campo, olhe para o seu território de maneira honesta, sem o romantismo de que é tudo perfeito e sem o derrotismo de que está tudo perdido. Mas olhe para como ele é. Sempre pergunte o que é que eu posso fazer nesse território. Não projete a experiência ou o desejo de você vir em outro território. O nosso horizonte, ele é o bem comum.
Even though the pipeline has gone through in Wet'suwet'en territory, I see so many successes in the struggle that we've been able to achieve.
The capacity to remain standing and to build this kind of solidarity,
I
think, is what really gives hope to people that it's worth fighting, that it is not a time to give up, and that we can achieve victories, however messy, however imperfect, however partial they might be.
And so it's really important for us to learn from these struggles. It's important for us to continue to struggle, to keep putting one foot in front of the other, because we're doing this not only for ourselves, but for everybody who relies on our water, everybody who relies on, a clean air.
Hoje a gente vive nessa urgência porque o fim do mundo está chegando e talvez a gente não perceba que ao não se organizar para fazer coisas junto com outras pessoas, para articular processos, para ter a disciplina e o comprometimento com um caminho que é árduo, que é prazeroso também para ele se transforma, você não tem nenhum direito de reivindicar futuro.
One of the dimensions that gave true meaning to this struggle was the fact that it embodied the capacity to say no and to say yes at the same time. To say, we will not accept, we will fight this airport project, and we'll do it through being here and inventing new ways of inhabiting this territory.
For us, it was really critical to struggle against Coastal GasLink because it is setting a precedent in our area and in the world about who has jurisdiction and the kinds of things that we want to protect for the future generations.
This capacity to resist and to build in the same gesture really is the DNA of any kind of struggle that is deep and meaningful.
And so I encourage people to take up that responsibility, because if we don't, then we won't have anything to say to our future generations when they are left with nothing.
The future generations will be left with nothing if we don't take over.
When we shut down airports to stop one of the industries most responsible for egregious pollution, we also learn how to push back against the brutal force of a militarized police,
Aha!
to care for the land, to feed ourselves in a sustainable way.
Oh, yeah?
When we stop oil pipelines, we remember that the basis of this current society is invasion, theft, and genocide. And we remember that there are healthier ways of living.
Communism.
When we reach out to build networks of liberated spaces, we realize we don't need the homogeneity of a party. Each one of us can build towards our own best future, based on our needs, our conditions, and our dreams. When our networks keep growing and growing and the only limitation is repression or the colonial behaviors we still need to unlearn, we can see that decentralized doesn't mean smaller. A decentralized network can bring together 1 million unique nodes, each one a...
Remember, guys, Antifa is a massive decentralized network. The communists in this video are telling you we are building a massive decentralized network to decolonize the land, to decolonize our minds, to decolonize everything. They're talking about how Antifa is structured right now.
A decentralized network can bring together 1 million unique nodes, each one autonomous, each one created at a scale in which our participation is meaningful, each one born from a respectful relationship with the specific territory that gives us life, with the histories we all carry with us. No state in history has been able to do that. Every state in history has an underclass, a sacrifice zone, a large mass of subjects who have to go along with the plans drafted by experts who supposedly understand our lives better than we do. The revolution is already here. Through it, we can win much better chances for survival.
Did you see they all just did the fist? You guys see when they said revolution, the fist?
Understand our lives better than we do. The revolution is already here. Through it, we can win much better chances for survival, a more meaningful present, and a more beautiful future than the current system could ever offer us. The next question: how do we make it our own?
Aha! And that is the end of part 2. And we're about to really, it's about to really get real with part 3, guys. But so again, remember, this is communist propaganda. We are watching communist propaganda right now where they are trying to make these documentaries in order to recruit people to the far left. That is the purpose of what this is. And so you guys are seeing the messaging that's working on young people. You guys are seeing the messaging that is inspiring to people. They're telling us what they believe. And it's about to get real because part 3, I know because someone in my community has watched this. Reclaiming the world wherever we stand. So we watched the first 2 parts up until this point to get teed up for the third part. The third part is where they're really going to lay this out, that this is literally all about overthrowing capitalism. Okay? So congratulations to everyone who's made it to almost 3 hours into the stream. We have to watch the third part now. This is where we do the work. Please make sure you have subscribed to my channel if you're not already. We do Socialism Saturdays every Saturday at 6 p.m. I also stream Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. And we are watching the Real Radical Revolutionary Socialist Left to learn about what they believe and what they plan to do and how they think and all that. And thank you guys for the support and sending in all the super chats tonight. We still got a little ways left to go. Let's keep going. Yeah, let's keep going. Yes. I think you were the one that made that comment. I loved that comment. I loved it. I loved it. That is like, you know someone's been around my channel for a while when they saw me have a nervous breakdown reading White Fragility where I just kept saying, let's keep going, let's keep going. This is 2020 lore right here. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you. Is Peter Joseph of Zeitgeist still relevant? I don't know the answer to that. Maybe. Maybe. All right, let's do it. Do I have the sound set up? Yes.
Hello again. Okay, so where were we? Oh, right. The world is ending. We're all totally fucked. The
So
institutions
real.
in power are
The world is ending. We're all totally fucked. So real. So real, communists. So real, so real, so real.
The world is ending. We're all totally fucked. The institutions in power are driving us all along a highway of misery towards mass extinction, and the mainstream solutions we're being sold are actually making things worse.
This is going to be about the revolution, guys.
The state, capitalism, all the major institutions of power are based on warfare, genocide.
I'm sorry, what did that just start out with? The state, capitalism, all institutions are based on warfare and genocide.
The state, capitalism, all the major institutions of power are based on warfare, genocide, and colonialism. They will not save us, and we should not save them.
Holy shit. I remember you, your pal. I remember when we were looking at gender ideology and came across bog gender. Wow, that's a throwback. I did a whole video about bog gender. I remember that. Holy shit. Bog gender. Don't Google that. You'll regret it if you Google that. I promise you. Thanks, Norman.
We've also seen amazing movements around the world that have stopped airports, blocked pipelines, won back stolen lands.
Stolen
We
land.
know there's another way. But what about all of us who don't live anywhere close to a huge, inspiring revolutionary movement? What do we do? Just wait around for something to happen? No matter where you stand, there are important things you can do that will increase the chances of survival for you, those around you, and the ecosystem you're a part of. Actions that will also strengthen a global revolutionary movement that is our best hope for destroying the causes of all this misery. We're not offering any simple solutions, promising that if everyone follows us, it will be okay. We don't have a blueprint for revolution. And that's the whole point. There is no respectful way to impose a blueprint on a territory. There is no coherent way to force people to be free. The methods that created this disaster cannot fix it. There's no real way to decolonize without abolishing the institutions, the worldviews, and types of relationships founded by colonialism.
Okay. Almost every word the left uses is some reference to capitalism. Decolonize means to remove capitalism, to take back the land from the evil capitalist. It can also mean to decolonize your mind, to remove the capitalist impulses that have been programmed into you out of your mind. Colonization means capitalism because it means the evil bourgeois capitalists stole the land from the indigenous people and privatized it under the oppressive force of capitalism. So they're telling you that in order to save the world, we need to remove all of these influences of capitalism on the world because capitalism is literally killing us.
Way to force people to be free. The methods that created this disaster cannot fix it. There's no real way to decolonize without abolishing the institutions, the worldviews, and types of relationships founded by colonialism. There is an unbridgeable chasm here. We can either act like a state, or we can be a respectful member of our ecosystem. Ecosystems are embodied and relational. They don't follow blueprints. And because of that, they're infinitely more intelligent. We're not offering you the answers. We'll all become smarter if we search for those answers for ourselves, but in relation to one another. What we're offering here are 3 urgent suggestions for a methodology, a way of creating a method.
So this is true. They also mentioned the social relationships created by capitalism, of which children being the so-called that's an Antifa poster, of which the children being the private property of their parents would be one of them. This also relates, but when they're talking about the social relations of capitalism, they're talking primarily about the gender binary and the nuclear family. So that's a really good point, Reagan. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, essentially, they believe that indigenous culture existed before capitalism ruined everything. Now, there is some question about when capitalism was actually created. Was it ancient Sumeria? Was it in the Industrial Revolution? Was it some other time? But generally speaking, yes. The reason they have land blessings where they say, we are on the ancient land of the Potawatomi tribe or like whatever tribe it is, they are mourning the theft of the land from the indigenous people. So they do believe that like the indigenous lifestyle is a collective lifestyle where no one owned anything, where private property didn't exist, where the land was under the collective caretakership of the tribe. So yeah, that's what they want to go back to effectively.
That arises from your specific histories, needs, relations, and the territory that gives you life.
See a Tolkien fan? Yo, look at that. That's ominous. That is ominous AF.
I participated in a space in Catalonia where I lived.
Yeah.
That was an infrastructures gathering. This was a moment when the anarchist movement was growing, when struggles were getting more and more fierce, more and more effective. We were beating the cops. We were taking over streets and neighborhoods. We were stopping the demolition of social centers, stopping deportations. And in that, a lot of people were
stopping deportations, you say? That sounds rather relevant to what's going on with communists attacking ICE facilities. They were stopping the cops. They were stopping deportations. Wow.
When struggles were getting more and more fierce, more and more effective. We were beating the cops. We were taking over streets and neighborhoods. We were stopping the demolition of social centers, stopping deportations. And in that, a lot of people were asking the question of how to organize. And generally, I think they took what we could consider like a classical leftist approach to organization. They thought of organization as a thing that had to be prefabricated, pre-designed, and like if you build it, they will come, kind of thing. At the time, a lot of people in the movement were spending a whole lot of energy in lengthy debates that kind of became like a substitute to action, to carrying out activities. It became a substitute to participating directly in these ongoing struggles, because it seemed like first they had to create the perfect organizational structure, and often that took years. And once they finally had agreed to their organizational structure, some of these groups didn't even last that long. They lasted less time than it took them to create those organizations. There was another group of us who took inspiration from the generations before us in the struggle, like the Mia, like the Oya, people who said that organization is a verb. Organization is the organization of the tasks of the struggle. So first you have activity that, if it's effective, helps generate more activity, and then you organize it in different ways so that it can overcome the next set of hurdles that it's inevitably going to encounter as it grows. So basically, we were recognizing that there was a flourishing of a new type of project, and we wanted to create a space for those projects to come together and organize themselves at an even more effective level. We wanted to look at this as an ecosystem that we were creating. We wanted people to believe different things, but we also wanted to be real, not be naive.
Thank
look
you.
At historical struggles and understand what ways of showing up actually kill off the ecosystem, what ways of showing up create dead zones. Pretty much the only limitation was no political parties, no authoritarian groups, no pro-state groups. We were looking for groups that were in some way.
No political party. Oh, look at this. We were looking for groups that were in some ways anti-capitalist, anti-authoritarian. No political parties, anti-capitalism, anti-authoritarian. Kind of sounds anti-fascist to me.
Dead zones. Pretty much the only limitation was no political parties, no authoritarian groups, no pro-state groups. We were looking for groups that were in some way, anti-capitalist, anti-authoritarian. Many of them were anarchist groups. Others didn't identify that way. And, no groups that were fully a part of the nonprofit industrial complex. We didn't want groups that were
the nonprofit industrial complex. So socialists and communists don't really like nonprofits, and this is for the same reason they don't like NGOs. Is they basically believe that they've been captured to just perpetuate the capitalist system.
On a path that so many times before has been attempted, only to betray our struggles, only to let us down. The future is going to be messy. It's going to be complex. So we need to be open to learning. But being open to learning is not the same as saying that everything goes. If we don't remember our histories of struggle, if we don't remember the many mistakes that we've made, the mistakes made by those who came before us, then we're bound to repeat them.
Oh! That's not ominous, is it? Urgent suggestion number 1, a complete and total rejection of all institutions responsible for this disaster. Pop quiz for the chat. What does that mean? A complete and total, when they're calling for this, they're calling for a complete and total rejection of all institutions responsible for this disaster. What does that mean, chat? What are they calling for a complete and total rejection of? Yeah, it's almost predictable. They want to abolish capitalism because capitalism is the institution that has caused the disaster. Yeah, a complete and total rejection of everything related to capitalism. Everything that upholds capitalism. Exactly. You guys are getting it now. Exactly. And when they, I don't know if I've said this explicitly in this stream yet. When they say capitalism, they mean the government. They believe that the government is built on capitalism. This is in Canada, but in the United States, they believe the Constitution is built on capitalism. The Constitution is designed to protect private property or protect the bourgeois class. And so when they're saying, this is really important for people to understand, when they're saying to abolish all the institutions, abolish capitalism, that literally means the government. Okay?
If we trust the state, democratic reform, electoral victories, political parties, or authoritarian revolutions one more time, we are ignoring the real history of all those institutions, and we are turning our backs on the generations of struggle that have come before us.
Struggle?
The hour is seriously late. We can't afford to make the same old mistakes one more time. We don't talk to cops. We don't trust politicians. We don't put our faith in nonprofits or green entrepreneurs. We don't get our hopes.
I just want people to notice that when they said, we don't trust politicians, who came up on the screen? Socialists and communists are not supported by Democrats, guys. Socialists and communists don't support Democrats. Socialists and communists don't vote for Democrats. They're flat out telling you they don't think the Democrats are any different than the Republicans, like literally. They're telling you we are not Democrats, motherfuckers, in any way. Watch.
We can't afford to make the same old mistakes one more time. We don't talk to cops. We don't trust politicians. We don't put our faith in nonprofits or green entrepreneurs. We don't get our hopes up if there's an election or referendum, and we don't believe millionaires have a right to exist.
Well, okay, you want to argue about Jews? I'm literally showing you. See, you want to know why I can't stand fucking Jews sometimes? You literally are trying to make this all about you, Michael. We are watching socialism tonight. We are literally watching radical revolutionary socialists right now, and you're like, excuse me, ma'am. Can we make this all about the fucking Jews? Can we make Jews the center of attention, ma'am? Because it's not enough that you're spending 5 hours teaching us about radical revolutionary socialism on a Saturday. Can we please talk about the Jews? If I have Jewish followers and those Jewish followers don't want to hear about the fact that literally every single time I have been massively smeared and defamed on the internet, every single fucking time there has been a Jew at the center of that smear campaign, that is a statement of fact. If your Jewish followers don't like it, then they need to control the other fucking Jews in their tribe and tell them to cut the shit, to be really blunt. I have said many, many times that I don't blame all Jews for everything. I have said many, many times that I will not treat you differently for being Jewish. But if you guys are going to bitch and complain and fucking kvetch every single time I correctly point out that every time I have been massively smeared on the internet, there has been a Jew at the center of that smear campaign, that is a you problem. That is not a me problem. Facts are facts, and facts don't care about your fucking feelings, and you can go talk to Ben Shapiro about that if you don't like it. I have not treated anyone with anything but respect and courtesy on this channel. That includes Jews. That includes fucking black people. That includes Mexicans. That includes people that I don't like. That includes that even includes classical liberals. I will even treat classical liberals, who I think are the cause of communism in the fucking first place. I will even treat classical liberals with basic respect and courtesy. But can you do me a favor and not complain about, excuse me, Karlyn, we don't like it when you talk about the Jews in the middle of my fucking stream where we are talking about socialism? It is not all about you. It is not all about you, and it is not all about your fucking feelings. We are doing something else right now. My God. Is this the left's Europa? Well, kind of. Actually, unironically, kind of. This is like the left's Europa. Kind of, unironically. Yes. Let's get back to the program, shall we?
This. None of these power holders and none of these institutions deserve any more chances. As anarchists, we don't support gulags or prisons or judicial executions. We distinguish between people and institutions. And we know people can change.
Hang on, we got another super chat. I do appreciate the super chats. They abolish all capitalist institutions, colleges, universities, law schools, militaries, academies, nonprofits, not just K-12 capitalist schools. They want communist education only. Yeah, that's actually very true. That's very true. In the communist utopia, there is no private education, there is no homeschooling, there is no charter schools, there is only publicly controlled communist education. If you don't get the Europa reference, don't worry about it. I am not explaining Europa right now, okay? I am absolutely not explaining Europa, especially on YouTube. We are watching socialism. Listen, I know it's been a long stream. I need everyone to focus, okay? We're not talking about Jews. We're not talking about Europa. We're not talking about any of these things. We are talking about communism. Please focus.
Institutions, however, are impervious to all the good intentions in the world. They won't do something that is contrary to what they were designed to do, any more than a circular saw can treat a gunshot wound. The institutions of the dominant society that originated in colonialism and has manufactured ecocide have to be abolished. And people who, given the choice, choose to keep working on the side of oppression and hierarchy in exchange for power and a big salary are
Anytime they're talking about hierarchy, they're talking about capitalism, because they believe that capitalism created all hierarchies. It creates hierarchies because some people have more private property than other people, and the people that have more private property than other people are the oppressors. So anytime you guys hear them talking about hierarchies, they're talking about capitalism, okay? When they're saying abolish capitalism, they're saying abolish hierarchies. Equity means abolish all hierarchies. Listen again.
The institutions of the dominant society that originated in colonialism and has manufactured ecocide have to be abolished. And people who, given the choice, choose to keep working on the side of oppression and hierarchy in exchange for power and a big salary are choosing to threaten our lives and all life everywhere. We can't expect them to act like people if they're choosing not to. And we do have a right to self-defense that supersedes any laws. We reject these institutions, but we don't need to be purists about it. If you can get a grant to get your project off the ground, take that money. But here's the critical test. Will that money ever prevent you from extending solidarity to other people in struggle?
Oh!
In other words, are you bought out? Or are you...
Okay, so what they're saying is, listen, if you can get a grant from some evil capitalist in order to launch your anti-capitalist project, yo, seriously? You just got a pop-up from Fox News with my interview? That's actually pretty fucking cool. That's cool. That maybe Fox News will have me back sometime. That would be great, actually. Okay, what was I saying? Okay. What it just said is that they're like, okay, if you can get money from the evil capitalists in order to launch your anti-capitalist project, you should totally do that. Except, and this is really important because this goes back to the funding. This goes back to the funding with George Soros. Okay, I need everyone to listen to what I'm saying right now. They're saying it's okay to take the money, except if the money prevents you from being in solidarity with other people. So the reason they don't take the money from George Soros is they essentially believe that it's going to unduly politicize their movement and prevent them from doing what they want to do. So ultimately they will reject big money if they don't believe that it's coming from a place that allows them to still pursue the things they want to pursue. And that's why they will never take money from George Soros. They're telling you this. They're saying it's okay to take money from the evil capitalists, except if the evil capitalists are going to get in the way of us creating a collective society in which we're living in solidarity with each other. And then you do not take the money because that's going to, what is the word I'm looking for? It's something about keeping the movement pure. It's going to corrupt the movement. That's what it is. Money from evil people is going to corrupt the movement. And therefore, because this is their identity, because this is what they believe they will die for, they will not take the evil money, even if it's a lot of it, because it will fundamentally corrupt the purity of their movement. Listen again.
We can't expect them to act like people if they're choosing not to. And we do have a right to self-defense that supersedes any laws. We reject these institutions, but we don't need to be purists about it. If you can get a grant to get your project off the ground, take that money. But here's the critical test. Will that money ever prevent you from extending solidarity to other people in struggle? In other words, are you bought out, or are you funneling resources to the resistance? Would you still have access to those resources if those in power knew what you're actually doing with them? In our struggle, we will need moments of clandestinity and moments of open rebellion. We don't need to go out in a blaze of righteous glory every day of the week. We can't. Often we need to hide the knife we're carrying. Hide the antagonism. So when we get ourselves in a messy, impure situation, are we still operating with the full awareness that the state is our enemy?
Okay, I really need to emphasize this because what they're saying is, I need everyone to listen to how strategic they're being. Oftentimes when people who don't understand the left think about kind of like leftist politics, what do you guys think of? You think of the crazy blue-haired people who are shouting and like holding their fists in the sky and acting foolish and all that. What this documentary is telling you is that's not the whole story. The whole story does not come in the clickbait content that goes viral on Twitter. What they're saying is sometimes there's a place for that aggressive rebellion, but oftentimes we have to hold ourselves back. We have to be quieter. We have to be more strategic about what they're doing. What I want people to understand is when you see those clickbait clips on Twitter and like TikTok and stuff like that, where they're being crazy and acting foolish, that is a strategy. It's not being done willy-nilly. It's not being done because they aren't thinking about what they're doing. It is part of a broader strategy where oftentimes they're not yelling. Oftentimes they aren't creating chaos. Oftentimes they're just quietly going about their revolution in ways that most people don't notice. And the reason that you notice them when they're shouting and acting crazy is because they've strategically decided that you are going to see them in that capacity. That doesn't mean that's how they act all the time. Hang on. We do not dox people. Do not Fed post in my chat. Listen again. They're telling you how strategic they're being, guys.
But we don't need to be purists about it. If you can get a grant to get your project off the ground, take that money. But here's the critical test. Will that money ever prevent you from extending solidarity to other people in struggle? In other words, are you bought out, or are you funneling resources to the resistance? Would you still have access to those resources if those in power knew what you're actually doing with them? In our struggle, we will need moments of clandestinity and moments of open rebellion. We don't need to go out in a blaze of righteous glory every day of the week. We can't. Often we need to hide the knife we're carrying, hide the antagonism.
Oftentimes, we need to hide the knife we're carrying. We need to hide the antagonism. Most of what the left does is not yelling and acting foolish. Most of what the left does is quiet, is subtle. You don't know they're doing it until they've already done it. The reason that we know that they're doing it is we listen to their organizing meetings and we follow these people all the time. But if you're just looking at like clickbait content on the internet, the only thing you see is the outlandish stuff. You don't see the quiet parts of how they're organizing and just going about it every single day. And that is what makes them so fucking dangerous, is they are doing this quiet stuff every single day.
When we get ourselves in a messy, impure situation, are we still operating with the full awareness that the state is our enemy? And are we still committed to its destruction? Because the moment we think we might be able to come to an understanding with the state, any form of state, we have become our own worst enemy. The very existence of the state is a war against everyone. The war is happening.
The very existence of the state, the very existence of capitalism is a war against everyone. They believe that capitalism existing is literally violence. Do you guys understand that? Hey, Master Shake, what you don't know can hurt you. Yes, this is so true, guys, and this is why it's so important that you listen to the left even when they're doing the quiet parts, even when they're doing the boring parts, because it's the quiet parts and the boring parts that are going to kill us all. It's not the big outlandish stuff that's going to kill us all. The lead up to the revolution or the Civil War, I think, is going to be very, very quiet, and then all of a sudden it's going to be boom! And it's going to be over before we know it. Because once they get to the point of actually going to violently overthrow the government, I think it's going to be super planned out. I think it's going to be very strategic, and I think it's going to be very fast. I don't think there's going to be I don't think the violence is going to last a long time. I think it's going to be very quick because people aren't going to be expecting it. We're all going to get hit in the face, and then all of a sudden there's no fucking government and they control everything. Because of all the quiet stuff. Not because of the loud stuff, because of all the quiet stuff.
Happening whether we choose it or not. Admitting that the war is already here gives us the power to fight back. It also helps us understand the source of the immense exhaustion and trauma in many of our lives.
In a capitalist or a statist sense, infrastructure would be the structures that kind of rest below everything, that hold everything up, that allow for the extension of state power, the accumulation of capitalist profits, things like highway systems, electrical grids, at a massive scale that can power, the factories.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Master Shake, you didn't warn me about this. Listen to what he just said again. He's talking about taking over capitalist infrastructure, okay? Listen to what he said again.
In a capitalist or a statist sense, infrastructure would be the structures that kind of rest below everything, that hold everything up, that allow for the extension of state power, the accumulation of capitalist profits, things like highway systems, electrical grids, at a massive scale.
They're talking about undermining all of the things that uphold capitalist power, like highways, like electrical grids. They're telling us the things that they want to sabotage. Everyone understands that. He's telling us in order to overthrow capitalist power, we need to undermine all of the things that uphold capitalist power, the infrastructure, like the highways, like the bridges, like the electrical grids. Everyone's getting this. I'm going to let it play this time, but this is scary, man.
In a capitalist or a statist sense, infrastructure would be the structures that kind of rest below everything, that hold everything up, that allow for the extension of state power, the accumulation of capitalist profits, things like highway systems, electrical grids, at a massive scale that can power, the factories. The highways that can transport the goods, ports that can, move goods internationally. But what is an infrastructure for anarchists, for revolutionaries, for people who are trying to change society, for a radical struggle? Infrastructure are the spaces where we can actually come together and create relationships. That infrastructure might include places of learning radical skills, learning radical histories. So we noticed that there were a lot of these projects that were...
So then they're talking about creating radical spaces where we can learn how to be radicals. We can learn how to be anarchists. We can create educational spaces. One of the things that socialists do so well is it's all about education with them. It is all about I've talked a little bit about all the socialist bookstores that exist in the country. If people are new, you haven't heard me talk about this. There is a massive network of radical revolutionary socialist and anarchist bookstores in this country. They are in every major city. You can just Google radical bookstore or revolutionary bookstore or queer bookstore. Sometimes they call them collectives. They call them all sorts of different things. But these bookstores that exist in every major city where they sell socialist books, they also have socialist educational events. They have social gatherings, things like that. And when they're education is at the focal point of leftist activism. This is why I have my channel structured like this, where we're doing education, because we need to be doing what they're doing. What they're doing is highly effective, and what they're doing is putting education about how to overthrow the government, essentially, at the forefront of what they're doing. So that means we need to do it too. They do it through all of these bookstores where they have in-person meetings all the time. And that's what they're saying. They're saying in order to build this anarchist system where we're going to sabotage the highways and sabotage the electoral grid, we need to put education at the forefront of what they're doing. Yeah, your local bookstore has this. And guys, libraries too. Libraries are a manifestation of communism. Librarianship is completely corrupted as an institution. Your libraries might have a lot of this stuff in it. Listen again.
For revolutionaries, for people who are trying to change society, for a radical struggle, infrastructure are the spaces where we can actually come together and create relationships. That infrastructure might include places of learning radical skills, learning radical histories. So we noticed that there were a lot of these projects that were focusing on building capacities. And there were all sorts of these different groups that we realized had, existed. And one amazing thing about them is they were much less ideologically focused, which didn't mean that they didn't think about theory. It didn't mean that, they weren't smart about different approaches to revolution, but it meant that what they were putting first was creating something that gave us a capacity that we didn't have under capitalism, a capacity that the state or that capitalism steals from us. People know what they need in their day-to-day work, especially if they ever have the time to stop and think about it, or if we have an intentional space, that in this case, that would last like 3 days, a couple times a year, where we were curating a space or facilitating a space that really enabled and encouraged people to identify their needs, find out what they have to offer, what they really want to share, and what they need, and then allowing people to make their own initiatives. And that initiative might actually bring together all of the different projects there, or it might only bring together 2 projects or 3 projects. It might allow 4 people who are there who don't have any project but want to find one. It might link them together so that they can create one. We trust people to organize themselves, and that I think is a fundamental feature of anarchism and of effective struggle.
Pick a project of transformative survival. Okay. Like a commune?
Remember, you're not a superhero. You don't have to do everything. Don't exhaust yourself. It's better to show up to the struggle for the long haul so you can be there to tell stories and share experiences for the next generations. Find a project that's relevant to you, that meets a need or explores a desire of yours.
Oh, yeah?
If you can't fight for your own life, you can't fight for anyone else's. We need solidarity, not saviors.
Solidarity.
Maybe it will make the most sense for you to join a project that already exists. Maybe your best option is to create a new project with a couple close friends. Maybe one day you actually talk with your neighbors and find out they'd also like to help turn that vacant lot into a garden. A shared need can bring people together, like a support group for people with similar chronic health problems. Other times, it's having different talents that make an exciting project possible. What good is someone who writes books if they don't know anyone who knows how to print and bind them? Different talents create new possibilities when we bring them together. In these projects, don't look for...
See, I want to emphasize this because this is something that really bothers me about internet culture. And I understand that I'm saying this on YouTube and it's rather ironic. But people on the internet believe that if you don't get like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of views on something, that thing is not successful. I don't buy into that. I come from a world in corporate training where if I talked to 100 people on a day, that was actually that was a big deal. If I talked to 1,000 people, that was an unbelievable win. Right now, this stream has 7,000 views just on YouTube. I don't know what it has on Rumble or Kick or Twitter, but like tonight we're going to reach tens of thousands of people. This is a phenomenal Socialism Saturday. But my bigger point is like socialists don't think about it in terms of internet views. Socialists aren't counting their successes in terms of views, okay? They're not counting their successes in terms of retweets. If they get a couple of people together and they make a book or they make a zine or they put together some publication or they organize a small little event at a coffee shop, that is a win to them. We've got to stop thinking of success purely in terms of like short-term internet views or retweets or even like things like that. We have to look for small, consistent wins over time because that's how you eventually build up the materials you need and the education and the recruits and all that stuff. They're counting like socialists think like if you're a person and you show up and you make a book, that's a win. Just making the book is a win. Putting your passion into a book is a win. Showing up and organizing a small little event is a win. Showing up and having a class where maybe 20 people show up is a win. I have been undercover at socialist events where I've sat in a class with 20 other people, and that's it. And that's all that's there. And that is still a fucking win because it's the long game. That's what we have to start thinking about. That's what we have to start doing. It's not always about being on Fox News, although that can be really great. It's not always about reaching mass quantities of people, although it's awesome when it happens. But I've been doing this long enough to know that it doesn't always happen like that. It just doesn't. There have been many Socialism Saturdays where I didn't even have 100 people watching this stream, but you still do it because you do it to show up every single week. And over time, maybe we do get many more people watching because I accidentally got on Fox News, and that's great. And I hope everyone keeps coming back. But I think about this in terms of we've got to just do consistent things over the long haul. Everyone can participate in this. Every single person doing something, even if it's a small thing, adds up to a big thing over time. Listen, is John Morgan in the chat? I think John Morgan's here. John Morgan once wrote a fan fiction about James Lindsay. The fan fiction got a couple dozen views. The fan fiction didn't even get that. John Morgan is here. Guys, John Morgan once wrote a fan fiction about me whipping James Lindsay until he said whiteness means capitalism. The fan fiction itself got about a couple dozen views. Not even that many people read it. But you know what it did? That fan fiction that not even that many people read threw James Lindsay into a massive spiral that was the beginning of the end. I fully take credit for James Lindsay's downfall, mostly because John Morgan wrote a fan fiction that James didn't even fucking read, but it threw James Lindsay into a massive spiral where he eventually lost his mind. Yeah, John Morgan, without even trying, kicked James right in the feels just by writing a fan fiction. And so I'm saying, oftentimes people think I actually have read the fan fiction before. I have. It's a great fan fiction. It's funny as hell. But my bigger point is if you want to fight the left, it's about showing up and doing the small things consistently over time, and don't fucking worry about the views. Just show up and do stuff. Just show up and do stuff that you like, that you're passionate about, that you want to share with people. And you have no idea. You have no idea if you write a fan fiction someday that James Lindsay is going to lose his fucking mind as a result of that fan fiction. You have no idea where this stuff is going to go. I had no idea that going undercover with Antifa last week was going to land me in prime time on Fox News. I had no fucking idea. I didn't do it to go on Fox News. I did it because I wanted to go to the event to see what they were doing, and I wanted to share it with other people. Okay, so we've all got to be doing little things. And if we all do little things together, if we build a community, which is what I'm trying to do on this channel, around doing these little things together, then all of those little things add up to big things over time. And that is how the left thinks. So.
Perfect agreement between everyone involved. It's a million times more important to be able to handle disagreement. Understand that there is still an important connection. A relationship that makes the project worthwhile. What kind of project should you envision? That depends on you, on your relationships, on the territory that gives you life, on the needs, the conflicts, the battles happening in your neighborhood, in your neck of the woods. Ask yourself, what am I good at? What would I like to be good at? What resources do I have? What resources would I like to cultivate? Who are the people I might be able to work with? And what are their skills and resources? Now, how do we meet our shared needs with the skills and resources we already have, or the skills and resources we think we can cultivate? How do we meet our needs not just to achieve the bare minimum for today, but in a way that transforms society itself? Planting native trees in flood zones and along riversides, creating local food forests. Those are steps towards transformative survival.
Guys, if you wanna read John Morgan's fan fiction, he has put the link in the chat. Go and read the fan fiction. Transformative survival. Did you just hear that? They're taking steps for they believe they need to transform society literally to survive. Okay, I got it.
Achieve the bare minimum for today, but in a way that transforms society itself. planting native trees in flood zones and along riversides, creating local food forests. Those are steps towards transformative survival. Learning how to generate electricity on a small scale, to build or remodel houses that can be heated or cooled through passive solar and good design. More steps towards transformative survival. Projects for liberatory education that help people self-actualize without
Liberatory education. That means education without capitalism.
Solar and good design. More steps towards transformative survival. Projects for liberatory education that help people self-actualize without requiring access to family wealth. Those are steps towards transformative survival. Community gardens that proactively confront inequality and resist gentrification. Now you're thinking about historical oppression, long-term survival, and immediate struggles. That's transformative. Legal collectives that help revolutionaries beat their charges. Prisoner support groups that help us survive behind bars and then survive the violence of reentry. Those definitely help us fight the state and live to fight another day.
That looks like
Housing
Antifa, doesn't it?
cooperatives and land trusts that operate in parallel to our movements, getting housing access to the most precarious among us. More steps.
Well, you know what the funny thing is? The left has always known who I am. The left has been preemptively banning me from their events for years. That's the truth. I've been preemptively banned from leftist events for years. I still go anyway. I sign up under a fake name and stuff like that. But like the left has known who I am for a while. They don't like me. They know who I am. It's the right that didn't know what I was doing. It's the right that wasn't paying attention when I was trying to tell them. And listen, man, like it certainly is getting more dangerous for me to go undercover at events. Okay, you know, fair enough. But it's also that when I go to a leftist event, it's like there are dozens or hundreds of leftist events every single week. Like they're all over the country. They aren't looking for me. They don't know when I'm going to show up. And so like when I show up, and I do wear a disguise. I mean, you guys kind of saw a little bit of my disguise in a video I posted, but you didn't actually see the full disguise. Like I do wear a disguise. I don't look like me when I'm at leftist events. And so if they aren't looking for me, if they don't expect me to be there, it's actually pretty there. And leftist events still require masks too. And so I don't know, man. We'll have to see. I am taking a little break from going undercover at the moment until maybe I go to California next month. But I am taking a little bit of a break, and so I don't want anyone to worry about me. It's gonna be fine. But the reality is that the left has known who I am for years. It's the right that didn't know what I was doing because they weren't paying attention every single time I was screaming at them about what was going on. Look at that image. Fist, anarchy symbol.
Towards transformative survival. Facilitation trainings and mediation groups that can help movement projects deal with inevitable conflicts and conflict avoidance, those can help us move towards transformative survival. Social centers, radical libraries, people's history projects, anarchist news sites, printing presses, bookstores, video collectives, pirate radio, even a radical show on the local college radio.
Yo, they're giving us a full list of their fucking tactics. How great is this? Yeah, yes, anarchists. Please give us a full list of the tactics that you are using to undermine our society.
Prisoner support groups that help us survive behind bars and then survive the violence of reentry. Those definitely help us fight the state and live to fight another day. Housing cooperatives and land trusts that operate in parallel to our movements, getting housing access to the most precarious among us. More steps towards transformative survival. Facilitation trainings and mediation groups that can help movement projects deal with inevitable conflicts and conflict avoidance, those can help us move towards transformative survival. Social centers, radical libraries, people's history projects, anarchist news sites, printing presses, bookstores, video collectives, pirate radio, even a radical show on the local college radio. All of those are really helpful, potentially transformative projects.
Really think about this, guys. Really think about all of the tactics that the far left has been implementing for years and years and decades to help push their message. They're doing bookstores, they're doing zines, they're doing radio stations, they're doing all these educational projects, they're doing libraries, they're doing all this stuff. We'll listen to the full list again. They were doing all this stuff while the right was dicking around and whining and complaining. And this is why they're winning. This is why right here, because they're out there doing this stuff. Building, the right likes to say they're paid protesters. Well, guess what? Not only do they build organizations that actually pay them to be organizers, they build organizations that are doing educational events. They build media organizations. They build their own newspapers. They build their own libraries. They build their own bookstores. They build their own book publishers. They, like socialists and the left, have literally built the parallel economy that the right keeps bitching and complaining about. The right's always like, we need to build our own institutions. Well, guess what? The anarchists did that decades ago. The anarchists literally built the parallel economy with all their different ecosystems. It's overwhelming the amount of stuff that these people have created. Surviving without family wealth is mentioned. That makes sense because they want to abolish the family. No, well, okay. So, I mean, this is actually a great question. So the protests and riots are a smokescreen. No, they're not a smokescreen. The protests and riots are because the left believes that we are in late stage capitalism, and they believe that in order to overthrow capitalism, they need to stage some sort of pre-revolutionary crisis. So essentially, the left believes that there's going to be some spark that lights the fire of the revolution. They don't know when that's going to happen, and they don't know where that's going to happen, and they don't know how it's going to happen, but the protests and the riots are all trying to light the spark that are going to ferment the revolution. So they're not exactly a smokescreen. They are they certainly do cover for all the other stuff that they're doing in terms of the bookstores and the events and all that stuff. That's very true. But what they're trying to do specifically is to provoke a pre-revolutionary crisis that creates an uprising of the working class. Does that make sense? Let's listen to this list again.
Facilitation trainings and mediation groups that can help movement projects deal with inevitable conflicts and conflict avoidance, those can help us move towards transformative survival. Social centers, radical libraries, people's history projects, anarchist news sites, printing presses, bookstores, video collectives, pirate radio, even a radical show on the local college radio. All of those are really helpful, potentially transformative projects. Supply depots for natural disasters or economic meltdowns. Free clinics, healthcare collectives.
This is mutual aid, guys. When they're talking about supply depots, this is what mutual aid is. Mutual aid is not just about cash. Mutual aid is about donating supplies and food and diapers and that sort of stuff too. So this is an example of mutual aid.
Helpful, potentially transformative projects. Supply depots for natural disasters or economic meltdowns. Free clinics, health.
No, this is incorrect. They explicitly reject Mao. That is not true. That we have them on video many, many times explicitly rejecting Mao. This is not Maoism. They are not Maoists. They reject Mao. They reject China. They think China's capitalist, all that stuff. So no, that is not correct.
Of those are really helpful, potentially transformative projects. Supply depots for natural disasters or economic meltdowns. Free clinics, healthcare collectives, massage and yoga groups, therapists who can give free sessions, hospital workers who can sneak you into the system, combat first aid trainings, HRT distribution, harm reduction initiatives. All of those
HRT distribution. Are you serious?
Give free sessions, hospital workers who can sneak you into the system, combat first aid trainings, HRT distribution, harm reduction initiatives. All of those can keep us alive. If they're infused in a sense of solidarity and a practice of mutual aid, they are revolutionary. Affinity groups.
You just heard them. They called it mutual aid specifically. These are all mutual aid projects right here.
Bookstores, video collectives, pirate radio, even a radical show on the local college radio. All of those are really helpful, potentially transformative projects. Supply depots for natural disasters or economic meltdowns. Free clinics, healthcare collectives, massage and yoga groups, therapists who can give free sessions, hospital workers who can sneak you into the system, combat first aid trainings, HRT distribution, harm reduction initiatives. All of those can keep us alive. If they're infused in a sense of solidarity and a practice of mutual aid, they are revolutionary. Affinity groups that keep the walls talking with radical graffiti.
Affinity groups that learn how to safely step it up and smash banks or burn luxury condos so that rich.
You know what? Oh shit, I don't have it here. It's in the other room. I got a zine in New York City at the Anarchist Festival that said affinity, not allies. Affinity, when the left says affinity groups in this context, they're not talking about like affinity groups in your organization about like, you know, white workers alliance and black workers alliance and all that. When the left says affinity groups, they're talking about people who are going to go out and fuck shit up. They're talking about anarchist affinity groups that are going to go out and cause problems and burn down buildings and take things over and set fires and things like that. That's what they're talking about explicitly. Communists are taking over. Meanwhile, the right was just joking for fun games comedy for shits and giggles about communists and communism. Yeah, real. Okay, let's listen to them talk about wanting to burn shit down.
People also feel the pain every time the cops kill someone.
Hang on. I want to go back. Affinity groups, first aid training. Okay, we're going back a little bit further. But
supply depots for natural disasters or economic meltdowns. Free clinics, healthcare collectives, massage and yoga groups, therapists who can give free sessions, hospital workers who can sneak you into the system, combat first aid trainings, HRT distribution, harm reduction initiatives. All of those can keep us alive. If they're infused in a sense of solidarity and a practice of mutual aid, they are revolutionary. Affinity groups that keep the walls talking with radical graffiti. Affinity groups that learn how to safely step it up and smash banks or burn luxury condos so that rich people also feel the pain every time the cops kill someone. Over time, networks of affinity groups that know how to get rid of heavy machinery and deal with surveillance technology, that learn good security practices, that figure out what kinds of damage won't be covered by insurance, what kinds of attacks will be the most costly. Campaigns of sabotage that stop gentrification projects, block the construction of new pipelines, or put energy infrastructure out of service. We can't legally advocate those actions, but it is an accurate description to say that they are ways of responding to structures and institutions.
We can't tell you to go burn shit down and blow up pipelines and break shit and set people's cars on fire. We can't tell you to do those things. These things are illegal. But it is true that these things would all be very helpful in our overthrow of society. We're not telling you to go and do these things, but I'm just saying, guys, I think they want violent revolution. I'm just saying, I think they want the violent overthrow of the government. I don't know why I could possibly think this, but...
Affinity groups that keep the walls talking with radical graffiti. Affinity groups that learn how to safely step it up and smash banks or burn luxury condos so that rich people also feel the pain every time the cops kill someone. Over time, networks of affinity groups that know how to get rid of heavy machinery and deal with surveillance technology, that learn good security practices, that figure out what kinds of damage won't be covered by insurance, what kinds of attacks will be the most costly. Campaigns of sabotage that stop gentrification projects, block the construction of new pipelines, or put energy infrastructure out of service. We can't legally advocate those actions, but it is an accurate description to say that they are ways of responding to structures and institutions that threaten our survival. Old-timers and storytellers, ex-prisoners and risk-takers who talk about clandestine and illegal acts, who hold the door open between the above ground and the underground without leading potential infiltrators or loud talkers to active affinity groups. They prevent the pacification of struggle and the isolation of the fighters. They help make transformative struggle possible. Self-defense groups who train in martial arts and counter-surveillance, weapons use and de-escalation, who are
wow, look, self-defense training, exactly what I said was happening on Fox News the other night. Look, they've also got guns. Are you telling me the left has guns? Are you telling me that the right lied to us when they said the left didn't have guns and the left has guns and they're training with guns? Wow.
The pacification of struggle and the isolation of the fighters. They help make transformative struggle possible. Self-defense groups who train in martial arts and counter-surveillance, weapons use and de-escalation, who are available to do event security and protect us from the far right. Groups that learn to move together in a crowd or find ethical ways of keeping reformists and authoritarians and pacifists from controlling protesters.
What did they just say? We need to find ethical ways of keeping reformists and pacifists from controlling the protests. So it's really important you guys understand. There are basically two different types of socialists. There are reformists and there are revolutionaries. Reformists are like the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, or like the Working Families Party. And what they want to do, they want both reformists and revolutionaries want a post-capitalist society, but reformists want to work within the system and they want to work within elections. So the DSA right now is working within elections to try to take over the system to make incremental changes that are going to overthrow capitalism. That's what Zoran Mandami is doing. These are revolutionaries. Revolutionaries do not believe in working within elections. This is why revolutionaries don't vote. This is why they don't even like advocate for elections at all, because they believe in just overthrowing the entire system. What did the revolutionaries just say? We need to find ways to keep the reformists out. And I'll tell you, a couple weeks ago when I infiltrated the Revolutionary Socialism Conference, and I still have a ton of clips from that I haven't released, they were talking almost ad nauseum in the Revolutionary Socialist Conference against reformism. They were saying over and over again, we don't want to participate in elections. We don't want elections. We don't want elections. They said it over and over and over again. So the revolutionaries almost consider the reformists. Actually, they said this in the Revolutionary Socialism Conference. I have clips of them saying this. They said flat out, our biggest enemy is like the DSA. We need to fight the DSA as much as we're fighting everything else, because the revolutionaries consider the reformists to be too milquetoast and they think that they're like an obstacle that they need to get around. And we'll play that clip again in a second. Karlyn, doesn't it feel like you're getting bolder over there? Does it feel like they're getting bolder over the last few years? Yes. Absolutely. 100% too, ladies. 100%. So let's listen to this again so you can see them talking about reformism.
Self-defense groups who train in martial arts and counter-surveillance, weapons use and de-escalation, who are available to do event security and protect us from the far right. Groups that learn to move together in a crowd or find ethical ways of keeping reformists and authoritarians and pacifists from controlling protests or strikes or blockades or encampments. Groups that cultivate networks and platforms to help put out our own calls for protest.
Yo!
They are taking steps towards transformative survival. A lot of these projects might not seem like they have anything to do directly with the ecological crisis. Actually, all of them give us a greater chance of surviving outside of capitalism and surviving as the ongoing catastrophe worsens.
Surviving outside of capitalism, you say? They're trying to survive outside capitalism? Wow. You stop them by learning as much as you can about them. Until you learn as much as you can about them, there's nothing you can do. Guys, I'm kind of sick of saying this. You have got to start learning who your enemy is. The first thing you need to do is learn. Education is at the forefront of my movement too. The left puts education at the forefront of their revolution. Education is at the forefront of my anti-communist counter-rebellion as well. We need to learn who we're fighting. Until you learn who you're fighting and you get a good grip on your language and how they use it and how they show up in the world, there is nothing you can do. So we are learning. We are sitting here and we are learning, and we will strategize another time. We do all sorts of stuff. There's all sorts of things that my community members are doing. My community members are going undercover. My community members are working on books and zines. My community members were building a nonprofit. Like we are doing things, but you have got to learn the enemy that you are fighting first. And until you do that, there's nothing that can be done. Yeah, the video we're watching is on YouTube. It's on YouTube. I'll give you the link when we're done.
They can also give us our best shot of taking down capitalism sooner, especially if we take on the third element of this methodology.
One of the most important things for me about this experience was seeing what...
Hang on, let me get this super chat first. Brandon, thank you. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the main conclusion comes from people in the West is that we are not even playing the same game. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, well, yeah, we are not playing the same game as the socialist, and that's actually part of the problem. That is definitely part of the problem. All right, let's pay attention. We still have 20 minutes left to go.
One of the most important things for me about this experience was seeing what happened, seeing the transformative effect of people connecting their projects to a revolutionary web of solidarity. So this focus on connection is what we can refer to as an ecosystemic approach to revolt. Creating an ecosystem of revolt. An ecosystem is where you have very, very different participants, very, very different forms of life, very different types of beings that come together, and through their difference they create something more, that they're interdependent, that what one needs another can give, and vice versa. And it's not transactional, it's not quantitative, no one's keeping accounts, and maybe one organism or one species or one person or one anarchist project is really only creating something that this other species or this other type of project needs, and isn't getting anything back from that species or that project. But that's okay, because eventually it all comes around, and eventually they all support each other and they all make life possible for each other. Or in the case of radical infrastructures, they all make struggle possible and more effective. And so when you have a struggle get stronger.
Hang on. Not that one. This one. We're playing by the rules while they aren't playing another. Who the fuck says we have to play by the rules? Who says we have to play by the rules? Bro, I got dressed up in a disguise and used a fake name and had all sorts of and fucking secretly recorded people last weekend. I'm not playing by their fucking rules. I've never played by their fucking rules. They tell me don't record them, I fucking record them. They tell me don't do this, I go and I do that thing. I'm not playing by. I have never said you need to play by their rules. But what we do need to do is play smart. We need to play strategic. If you're going to break, I technically broke the one-party recording law in Chicago when I went to Chicago to record them. I have literally kind of skirted around the outside of the fucking. Now, I was in a public place, so I think I'm pretty okay legally, and they never sued me for that anyway. But like, I am not suggesting that we play by any fucking set of rules, but I'm saying that we need to be smart in what we're doing. We need to be strategic in what we're doing. We can lie, we can cheat, we can do things that are unfair and underhanded. I don't care about any of that. These people would literally want to kill us. Now, I'm not going to do anything violent. I don't believe in violence. But am I going to be sneaky and underhanded? Am I going to lie to their face and not feel sorry about it? Am I going to secretly record them and put that out on the internet when they say stupid shit? Am I going to hunt these people down in every single way that I can? Yes. Yeah. And you should too. So no one is saying we need to play by the rules, but we have to play smart and we have to play strategic.
And then connect in this way, it can go to the next level. And that doesn't mean that, we automatically win. We're not like producing revolution like this thing that's growing quantitatively. And inevitably, when we transform in these ways, we're going to encounter a new set of problems. We're going to find that the things that were an advantage in the past might become a disadvantage.
Yeah,
and
I do agree with this, actually. I do agree with this. What we can do is explain their propaganda to younger generations. This is where education comes in. I also think we need to be making our own propaganda. I think we need to be making our own art. I think we need to be making our own culture. I think we need to be writing our own manifestos. We need to be writing our own documents. Like, one of the reasons that the zines and the propaganda coming out of the left is so compelling is because it blows your hair back, man. The zines and the manifestos that the left writes blows your hair back. It's like, oh my God, this is so fucking cool. And you feel rebellious when you read it. You get revved up when you read it. And it's like, it's the most extreme possible thing. Why aren't we doing that on our side? We can write manifestos. We can write, okay, my struggle. Okay. my memoir is gonna be called My Struggle. I swear to God, I'm not even joking when I say this. When I write my memoir, it's going to be called My Struggle, and it's gonna be me doing something like this on the cover in some sort of propaganda like thing. But we need to be doing a better job of propaganda. We need to be doing a better job of creating art and culture and movies and all that stuff and documentaries. Just like we can do documentaries like this, guys. Someone just said to me the other day, they were like, Karlyn, why don't you work with someone to make a documentary with all this leftist footage you have? And I'm like, that's actually a really great fucking idea. That is a great idea. If anyone wants to help me make a documentary, I have thousands of hours of leftist footage. If anyone wants to help me make a documentary, I will totally do that. We need to be doing more of that. We need to be doing art and culture and writing that's interesting, giving people something that blow their hair back, that make them want to, that makes them want to tune in. Like, that's what the left is really good at. Murdoch racialized me. I don't know what that is, but okay. Thank you.
And that's fine. That's inevitable. We have to learn, we have to adapt, we have to understand our circumstances and be true to those circumstances rather than being true to some kind of narrow dogma. None of us can do everything, but there are so many different things that need to be happening in concert, in connection, for like a truly transformative struggle to take place, because we all need to eat, we all need a place to sleep, we all need healthcare, we all need to learn and share what we've learned. We need memory, we need all of these different skills, all of these different capacities. And if it's siloed, if it's just put on single track issues, then we're isolated. We're easy to control. We're easy to fool. But if we're connected in this web of solidarity, that's when things can take on such a different approach to life. We remember that we're not just isolated individuals. That we're actually.
That's a good t-shirt right there. That is a t-shirt. If I have ever seen a t-shirt, I feel like Master Shake is giving me 2 t-shirt ideas tonight. That is a great fucking t-shirt idea. I'm making that t-shirt.
Part of something so much bigger.
And guys, this is part of why I have a merch store. My merch store is redmenacesupply.com, or you can get it going to unwokeart.com. I think Unwoke Art is still in the description. I changed the name of my merch store recently, but this is why I have a merch store, to make t-shirts that say spicy things so people can wear my t-shirts out into the world and project messages and project those ideas into the world and literally wear these ideas. It's not just to sell merch, although my merch is fucking rad. But like, I make merch specifically because I want people to have something they can wear and put on their body that looks fucking cool, that they want to wear because it looks cool, and to project those ideas into the world and to represent those ideas into the world. I'm making that shirt. I'm not even joking. I'm making that shirt.
And that just has so much potential to help people imagine life without capitalism, life without the state, and then to create it, to become a part of it.
We're trying to help people imagine a life without capitalism, a life without the state, and then we're trying to create it.
Such a different approach to life. We remember that we're not just isolated individuals, that we're actually part of something so much bigger. And that just has so much potential to help people imagine life without capitalism, life without the state.
I'll make you some V-necks.
To become a part of it.
I did, yes, thank you.
So, what is solidarity? Real solidarity. Solidarity means showing up for people who are in a tough situation. It means having people's backs when they're in danger. It means their struggle is our struggle. It doesn't mean only showing up for people who agree with you. It doesn't mean only supporting the interests of your organization, your party, or your country. Now that's got some implications. It means that solidarity comes into conflict with borders. It comes into conflict with political parties.
Wait. Solidarity comes into conflict with borders? Hang on. We're going to have to talk about that. Hang on. I got a super chat, though. Hey, Todd, these people are Jerry from Rick and Morty, predators disguising themselves as prey. They use soft language to say how much they want to kill everyone. I don't think they're using soft language. I don't agree with that assessment. Who does not share their... Yeah, I do not agree with that. The fact that, Todd, they literally had a whole montage about burning shit down. Todd, they literally showed you lighting shit on fire and burning stuff down. I don't think they're using soft language. I think they're being pretty clear, but I do appreciate the super chat, bro, and I appreciate all your support tonight. So listen to this. So now they're saying that in order to be in solidarity, we can't have borders, we can't have any of these other things.
Now that's got some implications. It means that solidarity comes into conflict with borders. It comes into conflict with political parties that need to seize power. It comes into conflict with vanguards who believe they possess the absolute truth.
Hello, revolutionary communists of America.
It comes into conflict with political parties that need to seize power. It comes into conflict.
Hello, revolutionary communists of America. Guys, do you know who was the first person to cover the revolutionary communists of America on the internet? Does anyone remember who was the first person to cover the Revolutionary Communists of America after they officially formed their political party? Does anyone remember who infiltrated the Revolutionary Communists of America organizing call and recorded their asses? Yeah, that was me. That was me. Conservatives didn't know what the fuck was going on. I did it. No, wasn't Glenn Beck. Weren't Glenn Beck at all. That was me. That was me. I knew about this shit before anyone else. Obviously and clearly. I'm not even sure Glenn Beck still knows about the Revolutionary Communists of America. I'm pretty sure they don't. Yeah, I infiltrated one of their recruiting calls and I recorded their asses. All the stuff is on the Substack. I actually had a member of the RCA reach out to me, and I had a whole conversation with them where I actually have a member of the RCA recorded saying, "You actually understand our ideology." And I was like, obviously I understand your ideology. Like, the RCA was so impressed with me that they actually came on my channel and talked to me. I was like, man. Anyway. Yeah, but remember, according to Steve Bannon, I militarized Antifa from upstate New York. Yeah, okay. Okay, Steve.
With vanguards who believe they possess the absolute truth. It comes into conflict with obedience. Solidarity implies an ecosystem. It thrives on difference. There are a million different niches, a million different approaches to life. You're not supposed to all be the same. You're not supposed to be in agreement, free of conflict. Everyone is invited, as long as they can respect those differences, those different niches. Those who make existence impossible for all other forms of life, they can't be members of an ecosystem. A factory that produces toxic sludge doesn't create a vibrant habitat. It makes it harder for others to survive. What about webs? A web is a network. It's decentralized. It's resilient.
I didn't give Steve Bannon a pass. You might give Steve Bannon a pass for completely fucking up his segment about me. Why hasn't Steve Bannon interviewed me yet? That's really the question. Because I was supposed to go on Steve Bannon's show after I infiltrated the Socialism Conference, and they never got back to me. They asked me to come on. I said yes, and then they never got back to me. So why isn't Steve Bannon talking to me? I'm just saying. Screwed up the whole segment about me, said I was a member of Antifa. Didn't even get that right. Anyway, I'm not going to complain about that anymore. We still have 10 minutes of this to watch.
What about webs? A web is a network. It's decentralized. It's resilient. It doesn't have a head. It's not going to fall apart if you cut any single strand. But it is definitely stronger and healthier and smarter the more connections there are between different elements in the web. A web can grow and include new elements, new members, without subsuming or destroying their nature, their unique characteristics, their freedom, their power to make choices. Whether we're aware of it or not, We're always part of a web.
You're on it? Okay.
We always exist in relationship with others. We breathe together with trees and algae in the seas. Our immune systems are built up by the rest of our species and by the complex ecosystem of microbes that exist in our gut. We only have language thanks to the spontaneous, communicative webs that run between all humans. And the tendency isn't towards one universal language. It's towards thousands of languages, unending diversity, just like in an ecosystem. Hierarchical institutions don't give us life. Webs of relationships do.
Oh, that is such an interesting way to say it. Hierarchical institutions like capitalism don't give us life. Decentralized webs of organizations give us life. That's a really interesting way to explain this. Again?
Just like in an ecosystem. Hierarchical institutions don't give us life. Webs of relationships do. Recognizing that decentralized networks are a fundamental feature of life itself allows us to approach life more intelligently.
Wow.
And to help the living ecosystems of this planet to thrive again. How about revolutionary? A revolution is a major change or upset in the order of things. As anarchists, we're not interested in political revolutions, a change in government, who holds power. We're talking about social revolutions, a major change to the very organization of society, so there is no more centralized power, no more domination.
Guys, we're not interested in working within the government. We're not interested in that. We're interested in overthrowing the government and completely upending all of the social relationships in society. Is everyone scared yet? Because they're telling you what they're trying to do. Again. We're not interested in winning elections and having a change in government. We're interested in overthrowing the whole fucking thing.
A revolution is a major change or upset in the order of things. As anarchists, we're not interested in political revolutions, a change in government, who holds power. We're talking about social revolutions, a major change to the very organization of society, so there is no more centralized power, no more domination. In the mainstream conversation on the ecological crisis, even those who talk about change aren't talking about revolutionary change. But what about groups that organize protests and blockades, that talk about prison abolition, decolonization, or food justice? That spread criticisms of greenwashing and green growth? Often they're using revolutionary language and aesthetics. Sometimes they use the same tactics we use. But other times they say we should put our criticisms aside and vote for the lesser of two evils.
Oh!
They act like
Oh my God. I love it when socialists flat out tell you they want us to vote for the fucking Democrats, but fuck you, we're not voting for the Democrats. This is the don't vote for the Democrats section of the presentation where they're saying, do not vote for the lesser of two evils. Don't do it. We don't believe in elections. We want to overthrow the whole fucking thing. Do not vote for the Democrat. Again.
Often they're using revolutionary language and aesthetics. Sometimes they use the same tactics we use. But other times they say we should put our criticisms aside and vote for the lesser of two evils. They act like experts or professionals. They go to conferences with academics, politicians, and business leaders. And every time strong resistance breaks out, they show up to wherever the TV cameras are and talk out of both sides of their mouths. They take credit for what's happening, but they also try to rein it in. They demonize the most radical elements. They pacify it. And the ones who seem to do the most organizing work, they're always exhausted and bitter, running from campaign to campaign, Even if they're doing good things, like helping people in regions hit by major floods and hurricanes to get access to clean water, it's like they're treating the symptoms and refusing to attack the cause. It's like they're radical, but not revolutionary. Rowdy, but going nowhere fast. How can they accomplish that? Through a single issue focus. By siloing each of these problems, so we don't see the connections between all of them. When we let our projects connect in a spirit of solidarity, we break those silos. We break the myopia of single issue politics. We learn from each other. When we understand how all our problems are interconnected, we begin to think and act accordingly. None of us can do all of it, and we can't just gradually build more and more projects until the scarcity of capitalism disappears. Remember the exhaustion of all those nonprofit workers addressing the symptoms but not the cause? That's part of the strategy of pacification used against us. The important thing is for these projects to exist, for these skills and experiences to exist, because in an unpredictable moment, they can spread like wildfire. Remember how ZODs spread all across France and beyond once the struggle against a single airport started to heat up? Remember how dozens of blockades and campaigns against pipelines began once more people started hearing about Standing Rock? How mutual aid networks spread all across the world in the first months of COVID? That uncontrollable expansion, that was a rhizomatic effect, an ability we develop when we have strong networks. These networks need to be global. The struggle is global.
Okay, so socialists and communists believe that real socialism and communism has never been tried because it has never been tried as a global endeavor. They believe that Stalin ruined everything because Stalin was limiting socialism to the USSR, where Stalin should have tried to continue to expand socialism and communism to be global, because basically they believe that if you have a socialist country that's surrounded by capitalist countries, the socialist country can't survive because the capitalist countries will oppress it. This is really important. This is why every single time, like, a conservative says, why don't you move to Venezuela? Why don't you move to Cuba? They're not going to do that because they need the United States to fall to communism in order to get their global communist society. Okay? Does everyone understand? Thanks, Angel Eyes. I remember the call when you had with RCA John, I think, the garbage man, unions are socialists. And what was he worried about? I don't even remember. I remember the call, but I don't remember the content of it. But it's definitely on my Substack if people want to go back and look. Thank you. So listen, I'm going to say this again. This needs to be global. They think socialism and communism needs to be global in order to be effective.
That uncontrollable expansion, that was a rhizomatic effect, an ability we develop when we have strong networks. These networks need to be global. The struggle is global, and our solidarity must be as well. Some territories in the world have been treated like the mines or the trash heaps of the global economy. Colonial capitalism has organized entire countries to be banana plantations. Meanwhile, in other places, we have access to clean water. Well, sort of. And to productive infrastructure, like factories that can be repurposed to make tools we actually need. Freedom can't exist within borders.
Ha!
Behind a wall.
There it is.
We can't be anti-capitalists and enemies of colonialism if we just destroy the global economy without building up global networks of survival and redistribution. Especially considering how many parts of the world fully exist as colonies today. deprived of the land and the tools to feed themselves, entirely dependent on exporting minerals or cash crops to pay for their subsistence.
Thank you.
Neither can we just export the ways that wealthier countries do things. Industrial monocrop agriculture is a failed system, dependent on petrochemicals. It produces hunger and deserts. Similarly, standard housing in Europe and North America is made from unsustainable synthetic materials with wasteful designs that consume huge amounts of electricity. To feed and house ourselves, we need to consider ancestral techniques from colonized ecocentric peoples, as well as recent innovations that might be developed in the favelas of Sao Paulo, the informal settlements of Cape Town, or urban gardens in the wilds of East Cleveland and Detroit. The knowledge, the techniques, the resources, they all need to flow in multiple directions. Mutual aid needs to go worldwide.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that? What was that again?
Directions. Mutual aid.
Antifa is funded by mutual aid. Antifa is not funded by Soros. Antifa is not funded by USAID. Antifa is not funded by the CCP. Antifa isn't funded by the NGOs. Antifa is funded by mutual aid. That is what they need to focus on. And if the right doesn't start to wrap their head around this, I don't even know what to say. It's like the ignorance of the right about the enemy that they are claiming to fight is so visible every single day. Every single time a retard conservative influencer tweets about Soros and USAID, literally all you need to do to understand where the left gets their funding is to listen to what they are saying, and they are saying that they are funded by mutual fucking aid.
Sources, they all need to flow in multiple directions. Mutual aid needs to go worldwide. Networks of international solidarity improve our chances of surviving repression and surviving the ecological catastrophes that often cause capitalism's life support systems to collapse. Especially in times of systemic instability, democracies are more likely to become dictatorships. Dictatorships are more likely to offer the false promises of democracy, and authoritarian movements will arise on the left, asking us to trust them once more. Look around the world. All of these modes are currently in place. With networks that are both global and intergenerational, we can learn from people who know how to survive them and even overcome them. Global networks of solidarity provide us with comrades who can help us outwit internet shutdowns and communications blockades, who can raise funds for us, attack the embassies, business interests, and military suppliers of the governments cracking down on us. They can help us sneak across borders and house us, get us back on our feet in a country where it's a little bit safer, at least for the time being. That's only possible if we create those networks. If we reach out to radical projects on the other side of the world and become pen pals. If those with the privilege of a so-called first world passport renounce tourism and instead travel to build solidarity. Not traveling as individuals, but as delegates, members of their own projects and radical communities. We all have things we can share. Our histories and experiences don't reveal universal truths, but they're forms of knowledge that can cross borders and be adapted to other circumstances. From democracy to dictatorship and back again. From Los Angeles to Athens to Oakland. From Cairo to Barcelona to New York City. From Oaxaca to Standing Rock. From Rojava to Myanmar. From London to Hong Kong. From El Alto to Durban. We learn from each other. We inspire each other. and our rebellions spread and grow stronger. Now,
Yes, this is actually a really good description of mutual aid. It's like when the church takes up money from the congregation for a project. That is a really good description. It's not just money, it's also like supplies or, food or diapers or like whatever it happens to be. This is a really good description. It's like if your church was saying, "We need to help out this family. Can you guys give some money or some stuff?" That's what mutual aid is. We are not talking about big funding. We're not talking about big donations that are going to mutual aid. We're talking about small donations. It's about passing the fucking hat. That's exactly right. We'll do a stream on mutual aid this week, guys, I promise. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. We will do a specific stream about mutual aid. There is a socialist that talks about mutual aid a lot. Them's name is Dean Spade. So we will find a good presentation from Dean Spade, and we will learn about mutual aid this week.
we need to learn to survive in the hard times, the bloody times, impoverished times, the depressing, isolating, quiet times, without losing the inspiration, the sense of collective power, or the lessons we've gained in the insurrections and revolts of the past decades. There's no guidebook, no lessons or conclusions that will be equally valid for everyone.
Retard, we satirize them. This guy's having a fucking conniption because I use the term they, them. Are you mistaken? Do you think I'm using that term in a serious manner when I call someone a they, them? Do you think I'm being serious? Are you smart enough to be here? Did you pass the IQ test on the way in the door? Seriously, bro? Shut the fuck up. Calm down. We're almost done.
No method that will work in every part of the world. And we don't need that. We need to learn from the world. We need to learn from the earth, from our neighbors, from our inner voices, from our own unique histories. We'll be smarter, stronger, and more irrepressible that way. We're not giving you answers. We're bringing you an invitation. This struggle has been going on for hundreds of years. In some places for thousands. We don't know if we'll win, but we do know that this system of domination is destroying life all across this planet. Our home. We're not going to turn our backs on that. We're rejecting their lies. We're doing what we can to fight for collective survival. And we're connecting with everyone else who's in the same boat. It's revolution or death. Are you with us?
Well, that's slightly terrifying, isn't it? That whole documentary was just slightly terrifying. Hang on, I want to get it on a good freeze frame to end with. Hang on.
And we're connecting with everyone else who's in the same boat. It's revolution.
That's just slightly terrifying. We got one last Rumble ran over on Rumble with Tiffanel. Karlyn, question: when do communists make their move? Will it be countrywide, or do you think it will be one state at a time? I'm seriously asking your opinion. I don't know. And the communists don't know either. Like I said earlier, the communists are waiting for some sort of spark to set off the revolution. But the thing is, the reason you guys are seeing so many more communist groups pop up now, and they're creating these communist parties, is they're not creating new communist party groups in order to run in elections. They don't care about elections. They're creating new communist groups to give people something to join because they're trying to prepare for when the spark happens. Communists are anticipating there's going to be some sort of spark at some point, maybe relatively soon, that is going to ignite the revolution. They just don't know where it's going to happen or when it's going to happen. So like George Floyd was a spark. Now, George Floyd didn't ignite the revolution, but it ignited a lot of bullshit. Okay, so really we're looking for like George Floyd 2.0, some sort of event that's going to spark mass demonstrations in the streets, the uprising of the proletariat. Now, there is something that they are planning for 2028. In 2028, they are trying to organize all of the unions in order to do a mass general strike. And I have them on video talking about this. They're trying to get all of the unions in like aviation and food services and hotels and car and like industry. They're trying to get all the unions to go on strike at exactly the same time. They actually have a schedule for this. This is an idea coming out of, I think, the UAW, where they want all the unions to strike in 2028 at the same time to completely destabilize society. That conceivably could be the revolution, guys. That's how the Bolsheviks did it in Russia. So we might not have that much time, if I'm being honest. And that's why I spend all my time doing this, because I really do believe that they're going to try to overthrow the federal government in our lifetime. I've been watching these people for years. I have been listening to these people for years. I really do believe that they're going to try to overthrow the government in my lifetime and in your lifetime and in the lifetimes of your kids and your grandkids. And I believe that people are not remotely prepared for what's going to happen. I believe that the right is not remotely prepared. The right is off in la la land, bitching and complaining about Democrats when the Democrats aren't actually the fucking problem. The Democrats aren't like good. I'm not saying I'm on the side of the Democrats, but the Democrats are not the fucking problem. This is the problem. This is the problem everyone needs to be focused on. This is the problem we need to teach as many people as we can about. And that, my friends, is why we do Socialism Saturday and why I stream 6 days a week talking to you about the revolutionary far left. This is why I do my Substack talking about this. This is why I do my books talking about this, because I really do believe that we are epically fucked if people don't wake up and start paying attention. So I'm really thrilled that so many people came to Socialism Saturday for tonight. And I'm thrilled that 450 of you on YouTube, and I don't know how many people are watching on Rumble or on other places or watching right now. I'm thrilled that 450 of you made it to the very end of the 4.5 hour stream. We had, I think, we've had over 8,000 views on this stream, this is an epic Socialism Saturday. So I really hope you guys are taking this seriously. I really hope you subscribe to the channel. I hope you keep coming back. I stream about this topic and some other stuff too. I stream about other things too. I cover general cultural stuff and all that. But like, I stream about this 6 days a week. This is my full-time job, is to educate people about the radical revolutionary far left in America, to show you guys the receipts, to infiltrate their events, to record them, to release that information. And I hope you guys keep coming back, because we need to be spreading this information, okay? We need to be spreading this all over the place. I need your help to stay out of the YouTube shadow ban. I need your help. We need to force conservatives to pay attention to this. We need to force them. Conservatives and your fucking influencers have been ignoring this stuff for years. Members of my community can attest to this. We have been trying to get the right to pay attention to this shit for years. And it now seems like they're finally paying attention, and we've got to build up our momentum. We have to keep this going, and I can't do this by myself, guys. I can do a lot of shit. I can't do this by myself. I need all of your help in order to be able to do this. So please share my work. Get on Twitter. Share my stuff on Twitter, because Twitter is the only thing these people care about. If we pressure the metric fuck out of them on Twitter, we will be able to actually get them to pay attention, but we all have to work together. I will make clips. We have other people in the community making clips. If you want to make clips, come and join us. If you want to volunteer for my nonprofit, come join us. Like let me know, reach out to me on any sort of platform. We will get you involved, but we need to do this, because God knows these do nothing. Oh, no. We are not. No. Tim is years behind me. Tim can come to me if he wants to talk. Tim Pool is years behind me in this subject area. He doesn't know shit about shit. We need to make them pay attention. And so if you want to support the work I'm doing, thank you guys for all the super chats tonight. I really do appreciate it. Awesome. If you want to support the work I'm doing, make sure you sign up for my Substack. $8 a month, $80 a year. I am 100% funded by you guys. And that way I can tell fuck off to all the conservative influencers that ignored me for years and laughed at me for years and smeared me and defamed me for years, because you guys are the ones that fund my work. I don't answer to them. I answer to you. So I appreciate everyone who came out for Socialism Saturday. I don't stream on Sundays usually, but tomorrow I'm going to be airing a rerun of one of my educational classes. So if you come to the channel I'll probably air it around 2 p.m. tomorrow. You're going to be able to see my re-education class on the left. Like, I'm going to basically do a premiere. So it's not going to be live, but it's going to be a rerun of a recording that I already have. That's going to be airing tomorrow on the channel. This is for all the new people to get you guys up to speed on the language of the left and stuff like that. So that'll be up on the channel tomorrow at 2 p.m. You can already watch it. You can already watch it by going over to my Substack and go to How to Speak Socialist. And it's right here, the re-education training, right up at the very top. So you can watch it there. You can also watch my introduction to queer Marxism that's on the channel. You can watch my 4-hour masterclass. Got all sorts of educational resources for you guys to get you up to speed on the language of the left and all that stuff. Hey, it was great to see you too, Johnny. I'm really glad you turned out today. Again, like, what a blast from the past. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. It was really good to see you. But thank you guys for coming out. I take tomorrow's off. We do movie night in my supporter Discord at 8 p.m. If you want to join the supporter Discord, make sure you're a member on my Substack. You will get a link in your email tomorrow. Thank you for that, Pam. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I'm interesting indeed. I appreciate my interest in this and the importance of unmasking the commies. I'm trying. I'm doing my best. All right. That's all I have for tonight. We made it. We did it. You know, they're trying to destroy our world and they're trying to overthrow the government, and it all really sucks. And, you know, it really sucks and no one pays attention, but I'm glad people are waking up, and I'm glad you guys hung out with me for the evening. I should probably be sitting up straight. I'm slouching, so I look crazy on the video. Thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate you, and I will see you on Monday at 5 p.m. or I'll see you tomorrow for movie night. Take care, guys. Have a good one, and we'll see you soon.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you here? That's difficult to answer. trying to do with your life?
Play the piano for people.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.